Oh, damn it. I knew I forgot to change something. Alright. The Legend of Legaia. Alright. Hey everybody. Happy Sunday. I hope the day was restful and or productive for you. Hey Stubby. And of course, hey Cosmo. Hey Squishy. Yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well. One of my other cousins just came by to visit. That was nice. Unfortunately, I have no juice in the house, so if anybody would need to hydrate, I'm literally just gonna make tea instead. But in the overall, we Gucci. Hopefully everybody's doing well. I guess announcements-wise, I can talk about one thing. There's another thing I can't talk about yet. Now there's no think about it. It is, because I turned it up. And now I turned it down. So it should be fine now. Because I was trying to test to make sure all of it down. I got a couple new tracks that were Legaia related. And I was messing with the sound before stream and I forgot to turn it back down. So yeah, there was no, it wasn't your imagination, it was, and then I forgot to turn it down. So it should be fine now. But yeah, announcements and stuff. Thank you though for reminding me to check. I appreciate that. Come on, brain, do brain things, please. Right, that's what it was. So, those of you who don't know, Black History Month, whenever we do it, whenever that comes around on stream, we do charity fundraising. So the incentives are pretty much as they always are, like Bean Boozled. But the only question is, like, what are we charity fundraising for? So I don't have any of the actual because I'm not posting on Twitter as much. I haven't made it a priority to actually have the promotion graphics done yet. So the promotion graphics aren't done yet, and I'm debating if I'm even going to do any. But the plan is to do charity fundraising for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute. They focus primarily on support for Black trans people in particular. So yeah, basically Black History Month every year, Black charity. In October, we usually do something like arts-based, ideally also Black charity. But for Black History Month, the plan is Marsha P. Johnson Institute, and the two games we're going to be playing are going to be Validate Volume 1. I will straight up start a new file. I'll straight up start a new file and just start over from the top, and we just play some Validate. And if we're able to finish Validate before Black History Month is over, then we're gonna pick up another Black developed game called Treachery in Beatdown City. I've been meaning to play it for a hot minute, and I just never got the chance to. It is a turn-based brawler, basically. So it's kind of like what would happen if you took an old-fashioned Streets of Rage or what have you, and made it turn-based instead. So that's the plan. You can thank Kettle Pot for the idea specifically of doing, because normally I would do themed game months for charity fundraisers, but for Black History Month, it just makes sense really to specifically do games that are developed and or feature Black people in them. Developed by and or feature Black people in them for Black History Month. This makes the most sense. Turn-based brawler sounds like Streets of Rage and not fighting games. So I can see where you're drawing the connection, but think literally what would happen if you took Streets of Rage or Final Fight and made it a turn-based game. Very much more like that. Legaia is sort of follows in that vein, but it sort of also leans more towards fighting game as turn-based game, as opposed to where Treachery in Beatdown City goes to. But Treachery in Beatdown City is going to be pretty fun. Like I said, I haven't gotten to play it, but I was casually acquainted with the guy that developed it, the person that developed it. Sorry, pardon me. And I've known for a while that it is a great game. I just haven't had time to actually sit down and play it. And so probably future Black History Month charity fundraisers will be much the same, right? You literally focus on work by or that features, or ideally both, Black people, and play those games, raise money for basically Black focused charities, and we do that. And that is pretty much the plan. So yeah, we're gonna have us a good time. Yeah, that's the plan. We will see. We will see if we get to Treachery in Beatdown City. It depends on how long Validate takes to play. Hey, Kettle. So yeah, basically our initial goal, any chance we can get a Final Spike versus Match Screen, if it had actual real online play, that would be great. But signs are pointing to no. Unless somebody really, really wanted it, we'd have to go set up Parsec or something to make that work. Because I was not able to actually get net play, let alone rollback, working in Final Spike the way that it stands now. So the only way to really actually play that game competitively is to literally Tingday for a day. Is literally to set up Parsec and do it that way. For people who aren't aware, Final Spike is the video game I made that featured once in the Game Devs of Color Expo a good couple years back. I just haven't had the time because of work to properly develop something that's really able to stand up there and really enter back in at the expo, much to my sadness. But hopefully that changes sometime this year. That would be ideal. At the finish validate, I keep getting sidetracked. Yeah, that's why I'm putting it on stream for the most part, because otherwise I'm not going to finish it. Not because I don't like it, but because I just keep getting sidetracked by other stuff. I'm doing good overall. Just a little sad that I don't have juice in the house today, but I'll make it work. So if anybody redeems a hydrate, I'm probably just going to make tea instead. Just so I have an excuse to drink something kind of sweet. And then I might go out and get like a little bit of, I might do a little bit of whatever, like juice or whatever I need tonight. And then do the rest of my actual grocery shopping tomorrow. I need to kind of deal with that. So yeah. What kind of tea? I'll literally kind of just look in the cabinet and throw a metaphorical dart and figure it out. But it's a toss-up between blueberry, wild berry, and whatever the other one is that I have in there that's right now. Might be cranberry, I think. Those are just the three that I happen to have sitting around. So it's probably one of those three that I'll make. So yeah, basically, that's the plan as far as February goes. Fun, like I'll reveal the full list of incentives a little later, or milestones rather. The incentives are as they usually are: googly eyes, push-ups or sit-ups, or 1 bean boozled bean. But our milestones include mostly that's just like getting extra stream stuff in. For example, I have lined up for one of our first goals a playthrough, or at least a play try of a Super Mario 64 mod called Totsugeki 64, where you replace Mario with May from Guilty Gear. There are another 2 milestones for Pokemon Crystal related stuff, where we get to go back to the file that I had when I did my Pokemon Crystal run last year and like do some extra stuff over in there for fun. A Monster Rancher 1DX milestone is included in there. Shin Megami Tensei milestone is included in there. We got a couple things lined up, so you'll get the official list of what our milestones are once Friday stream comes up. So Friday streams, to be clear, for Black History Month, Friday streams are going to be Fighting Friday stuff, high base. And then Sunday streams are when we're going to be doing Validate and like Treachery and Beatdown City and things like that. The reason why I'm splitting it as opposed to just doing a full month of just whatever the Black History Month thing is because, one, I like Fighting Fridays too much to give those up. Even when I was more willing to put more time into the charity games one particular year, I still did like a halfway split on Fridays, right? I still did a halfway split on Fridays between the Fighting Friday game and whatever charity game. So at this point, I'd rather leave Fighting Fridays will always be Fighting Fridays, even during charity months. And then Sundays will be whatever game we're doing for charity. So yeah, technically speaking, will we be finding out about like the incentives and stuff and milestones and stuff on a Fighting Friday stream when we're not playing the games that are technically part of it? Yes, but you can still donate and do all the other stuff on Friday when that comes, or spread the word. Like I said, the graphics are going to take a little bit longer to put together because I'm not on Twitter like that anymore, so I haven't been like rushing to get the stuff done to promote it. But I will probably promote it on Twitter. But I've been trying to stay off of that site because I have better things to do with my emotional energy than spend it on something that is crumbling, you know? So that's kind of how I feel about that. Okay, I am hoping that when I hit Legend of Legaia, it doesn't cause everything to explode. and I hope that OBS Studio does not close. It might, because OBS Studio does that, but let's see. Cranberry sounds great. I have so much tea that I have to go through, but I keep forgetting I made tea and then I have iced tea. Yeah. Back going. We're going to get the game on screen in a second. I just wanted to make sure that the audio capture for the game was working. Time first. You know, what you're saying about Twitter sounds a lot like what I was saying about Facebook 10 years ago. Yeah. Like, I literally have not actively looked at my Twitter aside send Twisted a meme. Like, I sent Pleasantly Twisted, like, as far as recently, I looked on Twitter long enough to send them a meme related to, like, Sonic-related stuff, and then I immediately proceeded to not. Are the awards going to be Black culture specific? I know Googly Eyes are always fun for me, but maybe IDK. Nope. Right now, all I have planned are Googly Eyes, Bean Boozled, and push-ups and sit-ups, and that's about it. I have to think a lot harder about where to go pick up. Not because it's like, oh, it's not available where I'm at, but I do not live in, like, the part. I can't actually say that without getting too deep. I would have to go a little bit farther afield to go figure out specifically what things to go pick up. They are not in the shops necessarily immediately. Not necessarily in the shops immediately around. I'd have to go. I'd have to head a bit further out of my neighborhood to go pick up stuff like that. Probably. It's not like a difficult thing. It's just that in my immediate environment, I'm more likely to get Latin food than anything, than necessarily anything Black, depending on. You probably, yeah, I could. It's just a matter of like finding it. Yeah, I've never seen you do Black History charity stuff. No, like, yeah, usually the general rule is that when I do it, I'm always raising it for, like, I'm always targeting like a Black charity primarily. That's my main rule when I do it, and then everything else is kind of like more or less much the same. It is specifically because of you, Kettle, that and it's not even a thing that I thought of until you mentioned it, so this is primarily because of you. It wasn't even until this year that I thought about, very reasonably, like, actually also featuring Black games on the stream when doing it, because that makes sense. So yeah. No, when I do it, it isn't really functionally that much different. So, oh right, I immediately started playing and didn't talk about last time on Legend of Legaia. So, last time on Legend of Legaia, so, we beat the fuck out of Zeto and told him to eat an entire bag of shit, and free Jake Kingdom from the mist. But the end result of that is that now we are over here in the Sebekis Islands, trying to make sure that we, now we're over here in the Sebekis Islands doing some more mist extermination, because we need to. I just learned a thing from J-Rock playing this game. I learned a thing from J-Rock when he was playing this game recently that I'm going to make up now. So, I'll explain my logic here in a minute behind the thing that I was thinking. Whatever. Right. All right, that is a super art. Huh. Lol, I forgot about that. Okay, so a thing that I hadn't been thinking about, that J-Rock the God, right? He was playing, and he finished probably. I don't know for sure, because he was like, this is endgame stuff. If you don't want to be spoiled, don't watch. And I was like, oh, right, shit, I guess I shouldn't, huh? So I think he finished this game recently. If he didn't during his last stream, then he most certainly will during his next stream. So a thing that I did, and I'm going to go to the arts menu over here to kind of like help explain how this works, because it worked with Nina. So if you look over here, right, we talked previously in this game about the idea that when you're in a fight, right, you enter these commands, and if you enter the right command and you have enough AP, you do an art to do more damage, right? So a thing that works in this game that I was not actively thinking about until J-Rock the God pointed it out. This is important. Now, I already knew that you can use the end of certain commands, right? You can use the end of certain commands to lead into starting ones for other ones. For example, right, you can do Lizard Tail, high, low, high. The high that ends Lizard Tail can be used as the first input for Acrobatic Blitz. So you do high, low, high for Lizard Tail. Then you can just do low, low afterward and get Acrobatic Blitz. However, this also applies to arts even when they end in... this also applies to arts even at like 2 steps or 3 steps or things like that, right? So, as an example, I did high, low, high for Lizard Tail, right? But the last 2 steps of Lizard Tail are the first 2 steps of Swan Driver. So if you do Lizard Tail into Swan Driver, I think it's like Lizard Tail, Swan Driver, Acrobatic Blitz, and that gets you a super art, wherein you get a souped up version of one of your regular arts and pick out way more damage as a result. Super arts are not saved in your arts list because they are a combination of 3 specific arts put together, but they do a pretty good chunk of damage. So, the key with Legend of Legaia, right, in order to fight efficiently, is to get an understanding of how it is that you can combine your, how you can sort of put together your commands in ways that let you squeeze out more arts for your buck, right? I did something similar even with Sean as a character. 69 damage, nice. Except I didn't deal that damage, I took that damage, which is less nice. But, so here's the thing, right? So, to prove my point, same thing with, it's the same thing with Sean, right? If you look here, I did high, low, high, right? So high, low, high. But the low and the high of the somersault are also the first 2 steps of Cyclone. So I can do high, low, high, then throw in 2 more highs So high, low, high, high. So high, low, followed by 3 highs. We'll do both. We'll do somersault and cyclone at the same time. If I have enough AP to do both, I do. And then for Nina, right? If you look at how I strung it together, I did high, low, high, right? For Lizard Tail. And then I immediately tied it into Swan Driver because it goes high. Then you do low, high. Throw in 2 more highs for Swan Driver. And then Acrobatic Blitz happens to just be 2 lows after a high. So all of the super arts are very similar in the sense that they are very specific chains of 3 arts put together. Yeah, basically, right? So basically, the simplest way to put it is that getting really good, quote unquote, at Legend of Legaia basically just means that you have to spend a lot of time looking at the arts lists and seeing where you can get away with looking at the arts list and seeing where you can get away with doing certain. Octum was once a hub of transportation, and the flying wagons were used for transport. Those wagons were moved by large through. People would ride them and travel east to the Caristo Kingdom. I'm not busy now, so I can tell you more. What do you want to hear about? About the Temple of Rem. The Temple of Rem is a huge temple located deep inside Octum. Now, Rem is the god of time, right? Well, this person called Hari would tell everyone the prophecies of Rem. People used to say that if you had a strange dream, you should tell Hari. We've already been to Octum, so we know most of that. Okay, back in present, I went to wash some dishes. I have a whole bunch of dishes sitting on my counter that I need to wash, and I haven't. And I will at some point, probably after stream. Just not right now. I've got some money, so let's go stop by the weapon and armor shop and see what I can get. Ba 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 ba. So I like this. So to be clear, I do like this game, and I will never stop liking this game. But one of the main flaws of Legend of Legaia is just how expensive things are and how stingy they are with gold. I love it. I love it a lot. As far as this game, I love this game a lot, but it's also very aggravating when it's like, y'all really could just like have enemies drop like another 100, 200 G, and that would make things a lot less of a pain. They don't. Stingy as fuck, and they don't like doing that. Oh yeah, our sink was way over full. My partner's planning on doing them tonight. I wanted to lighten the load a bit. Promised him I wouldn't do too much because my shoulder being extra bad this weekend, but he's got a ton of chores and hasn't had a day to relax in a while. This is our potential problem. Yeah. And yeah, Cosmo, because they're so stingy in this game about that, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I really wish that y'all would just not. Let me see here. I hold out a little longer. I'm not gonna have to buy that, but I should at least probably put some effort into getting. Yeah, I should at least put a little bit of effort into getting at least some armor, I guess. But who needs it more? Problem. I keep cheating Genjiro out of good gear, but he is generally in a better place right now as far as that goes. So I'm prioritizing myself. I don't want to sell my savior clothes, but I may have no. Oh right, I don't need a speed. Let's see. I don't want to sell my savior clothes because it's a Fist of the North Star reference, and we love those here. But I need money, so I don't have a choice. And that's good enough. I told my partner that my two hard conditions for the next place we live in are dishwasher and in-unit laundry to make both of our lives so much easier, alleviate a lot of stress and physical strain from us both, not much time saved. Yeah. I'd rather have money I don't use at the end than no money, though I do wish money was more useful in RPGs. Yeah. It's so much harder to get in unit here. Like, I do at least have the like the laundry room downstairs, so I can't complain that much, but it just mostly means that I just have to like plan very carefully in terms of like when I'm working from home, makes doing laundry a bit easier to a certain degree, as long as I'm careful about how I time it and everything, but you know. And yeah, the main thing honestly is that as far as like JRPGs go, my personal feeling is that it's generally better probably to be a little bit over generous with money than under generous, because grinding is just not fun and people don't enjoy it. Get away with it in certain circumstances, but it's a thing where ooh, devil damage, baby! Devil damage, devil damage, devil damage. We're heathens in this motherfucker. All right. Love it. I cannot believe I got a straight 666. Like, whew. But yeah, basically after... Oh, right. I forgot to actually finish my last time on Legend of Legaia because I got distracted by other stuff. So, basically, the thing that we are doing now, we were over in the Octum place that person that was working at the inn mentioned. We went to Octum. We read these books of prophecy, and they were like, hey, so yeah, what you need to do for this prophecy thing is find this you gotta find this thing called like the star pearl and use that to open the gate of shadows, and that's how you go to see Hari eventually. And it's like, okay, cool, right, so we're doing all of that. Like, yes, you're doing all of that. Like, all right, baller, great, love it. So that's basically pretty much what we're doing in Legend of Legaia right now, anyway. But kid, I love video games. You do exclamation point kiss of death. I do believe that you, in fact, I don't know if it's broke. I don't remember if the actual command is broken or if I fixed it, but I believe it's like exclamation point kiss of death, and you get a fun surprise. That's Valeo's fault, by the way. I know he's not here, so he can't defend himself, but it's absolutely 100% his fault. from the last time that we tried playing this game, he would use that combination of emoji so often that I was like, all right, fine, I'll just make it into a fucking stream command. So here we are. Would he defend himself even if he was here? Probably not. Kid B is out, and so is probably Lip Kid A. Here we go. Super Arts. Got bangs. Bounce for now, gonna be Anna. We have a night kettle. Yep. Night kettle. Ouch. So yeah, if you don't have the AP and you put in a series of commands that would do an art or something, right? If you try to do an art and you don't have the AP for it, you just do the string of attacks without actually doing the art. East over here, Shadow Gate, because that's where we need to go. Thing. Gear it up. Okay, wow. I mean, I know that when you mess with the bull, you get the horns, but that's a little excessive, don't you think? Oh, jeez. Okay, okay. We're gonna have to have a conversation. And I'm trying to see if I have anything that starts with like a down right. I don't think so. Okay. Damn. So wait, this is turn-based? Yeah, exactly. You literally have, you pick between the 4 directions on your D-pad. Pick between the 4 directions on your D-pad, and putting in specific individual strings of 3, 4, or 5 will cause arts to occur, right? So, for example, right, with our main character, Vaughn, high, low, high is a somersault, right? If you do high, low, high, and you have at least 18 AP, then he does high, low, flip kick into the somersault, right? He also has another move that's like low, high, high, high. Put those, if those 4 strings are together, if those 4 command directions are together in one command, then you get that, right? Yeah, and so the trick, especially if you're trying to be efficient, is that you figure out more or less like a puzzle piece how to jam together as many overlapping commands as possible to get strings of arts to come out. Yeah, it's really cool, and this game and its sequel are the only 2 RPGs I know of that have a system anything like this. So I'll spear it up here, and then I'll like properly demonstrate how you kind of fit these things together. And then once you see it, you're gonna go, oh my god. So let's see here. But everybody has to spear it up first, so I have enough room in my action gauge to actually put all that stuff together. So rather than having like a flat defend command, the spirit command basically increases your block rate and fills up your AP bar and increases the amount of commands you can put in. So if you notice, right? So here's an example, right? I have somersault as high, low, high, right? So I have high, low, high as a command, but if you notice, Cyclone starts with low and high as well. So if I do high, low, high, 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 if I had more blocks, I could throw in a couple more things. But since I can't, we're still gonna do a combo, just a different one. So, right? If you look up there at the top, I've got Fire Blow, right? So Fire Blow, I can do right, down, left. Because Fire Blows, you notice all of its arrows are yellow, right? Which means that I can't combo into Fire Blow, but I can combo out of it. So I do the command for Fire Blow, and you notice that it starts with, it ends with a left command, right? So any other thing that I have that starts with a left command, I can't fit as much as I would like, so I have to do right, down, left, then left, down, and it's going to do Fire Blow into Power Punch. Provided that I have enough AP for it, which I do, I'm going to do Fire Blow to start, and then it'll go into Power Punch. So I'm going to do that on this one. With Nina, for example, because her action gauge, even when you don't use Spirit, her action gauge is like the longest of the three characters anyway. So for her, I do the same kind of trick that I could do with Vaughn, right? So high, low, or Sean in this case, right? So high, low, high. The low and the high together are the start for Swan Driver. So I throw up 2 highs to begin with, and then I end with low, low. And I'm going to do it on this one. And then I already have a combo strung up for this nerd over here. So we're just going to do that. And yeah, I played this game as a kid, and love. And there it is. So with Super Art, so the main difference between the two combos that you saw here, right? The difference between these two combos, right? The combo for Nina basically started with a regular art, then did another regular art, and then had another regular art tacked in on top of it, right? There are for each character has 3 of these. Each character has 3 hidden super arts, we call them, that are basically just 3 different regular arts strung together in a very specific way. They cost a fair bit of AP, and they're not saved in they're not saved in the actual art list memory for reasons. So you have to write down the super arts specifically, but your normal arts, your hyper arts, and the only other strongest type of art that you have aside from the super arts, the normal, hyper, and redacted, are all saved in the actual, are all saved in your command list, right? But yeah, this game basically is literally all of my wow, my brain is having a hard fart. Brain, unfart, please. Yeah, basically it's all of my video game special interests kind of rolled into one game. It is the kind of thing that in an ideal world, I would absolutely sit down and go, spiritual successor time. Let's do it. I absolutely would. Like, I absolutely would. The main thing is that I would have to try to feel, right? I'd have to feel out how to do that without just doing X with the serial numbers filed off, which is, whenever I think about doing spiritual successors, is a problem that I run into a lot. So, like, Oak is kind of avoiding that issue a little to a degree, but I have to think a little harder on it. Lizard Tail, Swan Driver. So yeah, the super arts don't get saved in the command list because they are a specific combination of 3 separate arts that you just have to know, basically. So once you discover a super art, you need to write it. You basically should just write it down. Or if you have a guide, most guides at this point most guides for this game have all the super arts figured out, because this game is 1999, 2009, 2019, 20. That's 20 years plus 2020, 2021, 2022. This game is almost like 24 years old at this point. So, the game is almost 24 years old at this point. So at this point, people know. At this point, people know what it is. As far as like, oh, like dang, I need to know what my miracle arts are. What my super arts are and stuff. Like, you can literally just look it up. Do I have anything that I have high? Okay, so high, low, low. Hang on. High, low, low. Right? I have high, low, low. And that should cover for bird step, which is low, high. And then swan driver is another 2 highs after this. Alright. I don't know if this is going to actually work or not. I may run out of AP before this actually. Yeah, I ran out of AP midway through that. That's why it didn't work, I think. And then Nina got a level up anyway. So, level ups. What they do in this game. Obviously, they increase your stats and stuff like that. Very clearly. But the specific thing in particular that you care about level ups for is that, in particular, as you level up, right? Obviously, your stats increase and all this other stuff. But naturally, the most important stat as far as like combo stuff is concerned, for people who are really, really, really concerned about that, is your agility stat. Basically, the bigger your agility stat gets, right? The bigger your agility stat gets, the more arts you can fit in at one particular time on the bar. So you don't, to my knowledge anyway, there are no items that directly raise agility. So you really only do it by like leveling up. Well, that's a lie. There are 2 things specifically, now that I think about it. There are 2 things specifically that will explicitly raise your agility aside from leveling up. Either the miracle water item or the honey item, because that will raise those 2 will raise all your stats. The only other way to change the length of your action bar is to use an item called a Fury Boost, and it will only last for that battle that you use it in, which is why I don't use it. Oh, what a letdown. Hang on. I finally get to see the Rasu heroes who defeated Zero, and they turn out to be kids. Who are you? E. Delilus, at your service. That Zero is pretty pitiful to let a bunch of brats like you defeat him. You. That Saru you're wearing. Isn't a bad person like Songi and Zeto? bad person? Oh, brother. Oh, okay, so I did do some age checks, just out of curiosity for anybody that's wondering. So, Vaughn, the main character, is 14. Noah, or who we named Nina in our case, is 12. And Genjiro, who's normally named Gala, he's like 18. So that's our motley crew. Hey, blue-headed brat, you seem to be the leader of this kindergarten class. Yasha! Ah, I knew it. Well, Sean, let's see how good you are. Fight me one-on-one. Hey, how come you want to fight just Sean and not me? One-on-one combat is the Delilah's family tradition. I'll fight you later. Well, Sean, don't run away. Fight me. Bring it on. Most admirable. Now prepare yourself. Hang on, I don't know who spoke. Ah, older brother. Older brother? Bora. Koru. I see. Alright, I'll be right there. Yes, I see. What are you whispering about? What are you whispering about there? Who are you? Want to know our names? Very well. Hey, Kettle. I'm Guy Delilahs, expert at delivering a fatal blow to an opponent's body. I am Lou Delilahs. I strike with lightning speed. I am Che Delilahs. Brute strength and chaos are what I am about. We are the Delilahses. Yeah, Lou's hair is pretty cool. Sean, I thought we could play together, but now I don't have the time. So, I want to point out, we have one average-looking height dude. One lady, and one big dude. Does that party composition sound familiar? I'll let you live for now, but next time I see you, I'll have your life. Nina, what are you doing? We don't have time to play. Final Fantasy VII? A little closer to home than that. Again, one average sized dude. A lady who strikes with lightning speed, and one big dude. Much closer to home than Final Fantasy VII. Oh wait, your party. Of course, Kettle. Yeah. Probably a different one than that one, because different word than that one before your name. But yeah, it's just our party. That's really all. Yep, literally just a mirror image of our party. That's the Delilahs for you. Brup. Brain is going brup. What was I supposed to do? I was looking at the guy. That's right. Right. Over here, and then over here. Okay. Yeah. Sorry that reading fell through. Unfortunate. Okay, so let's see. We're supposed to go to the upper left corner for a magic lead. Fuck! Got to fight. Okay. Who are you? Oh, son of a fuck. I disagree. Alright. Fireclaw. And this is why you use Spirit, because it increases your block rate and you take less damage if you fail to block something. So it's very helpful. Alright. Let's try this again. Almost. I'm so close. So close. If she levels again, then that's probably another arch block. Damn. Damn. Oh no. Ah, damn it. Alright. Okay. Get up. Scheduling things seem to be a headache. I kind of want to do a Batman movie marathon watch party thing, but I don't know if people will have time or energy even at the same time to bother. I was gonna say the worst thing that happens is you ask and then people. But I'm a little more cavalier about these kinds of things when they don't work out. So I should. That's why I was about to say something and then stopped, because I'm like, the way that I think about these things is normally a little more cavalier than other people do. And it may not be helpful to hear that from me. So I had to stop myself there for a second. Yeah, fuck you. Super arts. Dragon bangs. Yeah, no, scheduling can be hard though. Awesome. I got a level up. Okay. John now has the magic leaf. Here. John now has the miracle water. So, right? Miracle water, right? If I use that, it will literally boost one person's stats, all stats, including agility by 4. So, case in point, right? Let me make a save state real quick, because I don't know who I think the answer really is that I want to use it. I want to use it on Nina, to be honest with you, because her agility might be at the point where it's ready to tip over, and that would be helpful. So, I use the miracle water. Well, let me look and make sure that I don't tell a lie. So, let's use her agility as the measuring stick. It's 163 right now. If I use the miracle water, it also works on her HP and MP as well. So HP, MP, and all these other things. Yeah, it jumped up to 167, right? Now, the reason, for example, why I didn't give it to Genjiro, for example, is because Genjiro, I did some digging, and basically with the way that his levels and stuff are going to turn out, he's still going to be relatively slow as far as these things go. But for Nina, it kind of helps, especially because she's already so close to having a, because she's already so close to having another agility block, and it's the farthest away from a level up right now, it's helpful for her to have it, just because. Dom level 2 and Sonara level 2. Alright. You need to ponder the orb real quick, actually, because we're hurting. Orb. Holy orb. This brings up an interesting point. Use items meant for increasing stats on all party members or just the main character. For me, I tend to focus only on the main character first playthrough at least. My general rule of thumb is I would rather even out characters' points than dump everything on one person. And now you can see this is why I wanted to use the Miracle Water on Nina, because I eyeballed, right? Like I said before, right? Oh, right. I forgot to check the thing about the schedule thing. Yeah. Like I said before, for me, I know that people have asked me before, how do you stream on a schedule? It's like, it is important enough to me that I have managed to turn it into a habit, unless I am literally, like dog sick. I just do it now, mostly because it's one of the ways that I just kind of emotionally keep myself leveled out, believe it or not. Like, just streaming is really good for that. Mostly because the fact of the matter is that my brain had a hard fart, sorry. It's one of those things where, for me, having to sort of like, what's the word? For me, having to put on a face for stream helps me sort through my shit, more or less, because it's just like, whew, okay, I can let that go. So sometimes I have nearly forgotten that I had stream on a day, even when I know that I was expecting it. Usually only if something throws me off the day is when that gets bad. I like to find out what each character's strengths are. Makes sense. Also, hi, Oracle the White. Welcome on in. But yeah, like for this game in particular, right? Things like Guardian Water and Magic Water and things like that, go to Nina, straight up. Because for her, right, she doesn't have a lot of MP. She doesn't have a lot of defensive power. Her attack is at least fairly good, and her speed and her agility are really high. But, case in point, right? The reason why I gave her the Miracle Water right now is because I knew, based on about the size of the last block I had before I gave her the Miracle Water, I'm like, all she needs is a little more agility, and that's another input block right there. Easy operation, right? And that's why she got the Miracle Water, because I'm like, I might as well give it to her, because it'll push her just over the edge, get me in 8 command blocks, and now she's one step closer to having 9. Really good, right? Things like Speed Water are going to go to Genjiro, because he literally is like the slowest member of the cast, so we might as well make sure. So for me, it's always about, for stat boosters, I always use them to round out characters' weak points. Because a character that has less flaws in their weak points, right? Then it goes from there. See the stream, like, doesn't take a lot of steps. I'll stream that day, but I have to start my computer, show my Xbox turn on work. I just can't. Yeah, and that's fine. It is what it is, right? Like, I'm going to put it like this. I'm going to say this very carefully. I'm going to switch to emphatic for a second. I'm saying this very carefully with the caveat that I am aware that there are certain reasons why I can say this. And if I'm out of pocket, I will hold the L. But I will be straightforward in saying, if your goal specifically is just, I want to be able to stream the things that bring me joy when I feel like it, when I have the energy, then that is honestly fine. Stream when you can stream, and that's what it is. If people are going to be shitty with you about not holding a regular schedule or what have you, that is them projecting on you more than it is anything else. This is obviously different if you are trying to like do a different kind of push with streaming stuff, But if you're in a position similar to mine where it's like, you know what, I'm doing this because I enjoy it. I am not obligated to do this necessarily. I'm doing this because I enjoy it and I like it, or I want to do it when I enjoy it and when I like it, and not when I don't feel like it, right? When that is the case, or if that is the case, right, then people kind of got to deal with that. If it's like, oh, but you don't stream regularly and all that other stuff, it's like, well, I may not, but just what it is. Yeah, say I'm about she might feel like it. Schedule. Yep, that's pretty much it. Like for me, it's a thing where for me personally, I keep a schedule because keeping a schedule gives me something to look forward to, and by in the sense of like dealing with this, right? For this guy right here, keeping a schedule is a thing that, especially given certain other circumstances I'm working through, it gives me enough of a hit to focus on that it's like I can deal with most everything else knowing that I have this thing that I really like doing 2 times a week. And that's why it works for me. For other people, that's not the case, and that's fine. I'm getting distracted. Getting distracted from both the conversation point I wanted to make as well as this actual fight. So let me put on focus face for a second. Okay. So now that I have 8 blocks, I might be able to actually pull off some better move combos now if I can think about something. So hang on. That. Sorry, y'all. I'm doing some thinking to try to see if there's other super arts that I might be able to figure out without having to go look them up. So if it looks like I'm thinking really hard, it's because I am. Hang on. Hang on. No, that's not right. God. All right, I could just go look up one of the super arts. It's fine. That one is intuitive, but the other two, and I don't mean like intuitive, like oh it's bad, but it's not this obvious. But it takes a little bit of work to think of. Okay, so hang on. Dragon Fangs is that one. Triple Lizard is... My only issue with some streamers is when they only do 2 hours. Something doesn't seem enough for me. All I really have to say on that front, without like speaking for or over, the only thing I can say very simply, I get words are going to come to me. Come on, brain. Brain, I would like you to start braining, please. The simplest thing I can say is that even people who kind of do that, there's probably a reason why they do it that way. It's the simplest way I can put it. Without knowing anything else about the particular people in question, it's just they probably picked it and did it that way for that reason. Probably a reason. Let me see here. Hurricane kick, super jab, javelin, dragon fangs. I should be able to do triple lizard. So, triple lizard is which one? We have down, down, up. Down, down, down. Up. up, down, up. Okay. So, okay. That's it. I want to see what this is a chain of. So it's down, up, 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 down, up. Okay, it's down, up, up, up. No, that's wrong. It's down, 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 up. Yeah. There's also that. Oh, hey, Ark. Yeah, it's probably that. Shorter streams is easier than 1 or 2 longer streams. Like 4 hours is my general limit on the upper bound because it's about as long as I can hold my attention. Down, up. Okay. Up. So let's see. Down, 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 up, 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 down, up. There we go. We're gonna do. Yeah, like I can do a 4-hour stream. Bird step into on driver into flip kick, somersault, just this, and that still wasn't enough to kill. God damn. I hate this. I hate this a lot. But yeah. Yeah, I can do 4, even like 5 as my upper limit, but like 5 is where I tap, right? Like I can't push any harder than that. And that's fine, right? But yeah. It's just one of those things where like for some people, yeah, like 2 hours is about where it goes. So Genjiro can come in. Ooh, he's real close. Genjiro's next level will give him natural 4s, which is good. I get that's not enough for soul income usually, but yeah, which is why I made the observation I did. It's like, for most people, it's probably like, probably even if it seems like it's soul, they probably have some other, probably. Again, I'm not speaking this like I know people's business like that, but probably they have something else supplementing it like that. But yeah, before I forget, on a different subject now. Yeah, how you doing, Ark? Good to see you. Hopefully you're having a good Sunday. Hopefully it was restful and or productive, whichever you needed more. Okay. See, I was going to say thank you to the 2 separate people that followed. Follow alerts are anonymous so that you can lurk in peace as you will. Hey Lee, how are you doing? So it is entirely possible to follow and then continue to lurk in the corner and never be revealed. I didn't know I wasn't already followed. It happens. And basically, the only way I know is to literally go and look at my actual. The only way that I know is when I actually go and look at my dashboard later, and I never say it. I never say it. But if the request is not to be perceived, then it is entirely possible for me to do that. I can proceed to not perceiving if that is truly what is desired. Still wondering how people make money off of this, even partnering. I mean, those who stream with the express purpose of making money, not those who got money while streaming. Still working out some food allergy stuff from yesterday, but otherwise doing well. Yeah, sponsorships, and I will. Okay, I'm not saying this as if I'm an expert on this. For example, but when you think about like people like Okadrian and things like that, right? Some part of it is sponsorships and also hosting gigs. Sponsorships, hosting gigs, and getting in on like promotional stuff. Oh no, I just meant that I was embarrassed because I did not know I was not following already. I'm fine to be perceived otherwise. You'll cuddle very well. Yeah, like getting paid to do things where like like you host, not even like Twitch specific events, but like where you host like events for, like, as an example, right? That's a lot going on over there. Yeah, things like like being able to like say, oh yeah, I went to go do this thing where like Twitch brought me on board to like do this thing and they paid me for it. Or some organization said, hey, here's an event that we're running, we're going to stream it on Twitch, would you host for us, etc. Right? I don't know if GDQ pays their hosts. I would hope so, but I don't know. That is not a thing that I know for sure. When I say hosting gigs, I mean things like that, right? Where whether it is Twitch doing the event or it is an organization doing the event on Twitch, they pay you to come in and do the thing, right? Yeah. And then Oracle the White said earlier, I have been trying to figure out if the combat system for this game can be translated well into a remake. Yeah. Yes. Like, the system of this game, putting on game designer hat for a second here before I actually go figure out what we're supposed to do to progress plot. The battle system for this game, right? So, of the complaints that I have about Legend of Legaia, right? Magic system to a certain degree. To a certain degree, the magic system. To a certain degree, the magic system. And the money economy are like my two sort of like big, y'all could have done better on this parts. But the actual base combat system, if you don't like include some of the specifics about how magic works, the base combat system is just, it's fine. You could very easily put it into like a remake or a spiritual successor, translates perfectly fine. Because there's still enough. When I get into a fight, if I can get into a boss fight today especially, that would be a good way to demonstrate it. But the way that this system sort of balances the economy of arts, AP, and spirit is, I hesitate to call very few things perfect, but it's extremely well tuned. As far as like the arts, AP, spirit sort of triangle and circle, well, that's not the right way. Arts, AP, and spirit, the way that those things combine together into the tactical art system, which is what they call the battle system for this game. Tactical art system in general is a very elegantly designed, at least to me, relatively elegantly designed system, and it works really well. Like, it's not a thing that you would have a hard time like translating into a remake or into a spiritual successor or something, right? I love a remake. This is a game I'd love to play on a more modern console, although this doesn't look too clunky to play on like Tales of... Just give me a sec. That's fair. I get it. Symphonia has aged a bit. I get it. That's fair. I got in my feelings there for a second. But fair. There's no honestly, Oracle, there's no reason for it not to be a turn-based game. If somebody's like, let's make Legend of Legaia, but let's make it like let's make it like maybe the next closest thing that you would do if you weren't going to do hard turn-based like this is ATB, and that's about it. But anything where you start doing it and moving into real time for input commands, like, there's no reason to, really. I'm sorry, SJ, I tried to really... Yeah, I had to collect myself. That is not a judgment. That's not a judgment on you. I felt that in my heart for a hard second, but I get it. Symphonia, the way that the limbs system is done in that game in particular, was very good for the time that we had. But by the time they started figuring out how to do free run and Tales games, that's around the time that like the limbs system as it exists in Symphonia, you can start to feel the strain of that. Which is why like Vesperia and Abyss have the free run system. I'll be real about that. I love Tales of Symphonia, but the reason why the free run system exists is because more than likely, when you were looking at the limbs system for Symphonia, probably a lot of it was, it functions really well for what it does, but it was probably getting to hit the limits of how well that works in a 3D format, right? Okay, sorry, game design hat on again. Y'all are gonna get some Tales system info dumping, and then we're gonna go back to playing Legend of Legaia. Because, again, Kettle didn't do anything wrong, but Kettle also hit the other special interest button. So, the main thing about Tales games, right? Up until we hit Tales of Symphonia, which was like the first actual like 3D Tales game, right? Tales of Symphonia was the first 3D Tales game, like flat out. All of the others have, even if they included like 3D graphics in some way, still took place primarily on a 2D plane, right? Tales of Fantasia, Tales of... Being from New York, my favorite one is Tales of LaGuardia. You're high, but also you right, but also okay. Okay. It was a wonderful joke. Yeah, you get props for that. But like anyway. Sorry, yes, 2D plane. Right. So, with the Tales games in particular. So, I'm gonna cheat a little bit and actually pull up the actual timeline of them so that I don't tell some bullshit because I misremember which game came out when. Come over here to Firefox. Blah 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 blah. Mothership Tales. Mothership titles. Here we go. I need to make sure that I need them listed in release order. God damn it. Stop doing this to me so I can pay attention to what the fuck I'm doing. Bastards. Alright, here we go. Okay, so. Yeah, okay, I remembered it. I remembered it about right, but I would have fucked up and I would have put one of these other games in the literal wrong fucking spot because I wasn't paying attention. So, basically, right, you had 4 mothership titles for the Tales franchise prior to Tales of Symphonia. Tales of Symphonia is the 5th mainline title in the Tales franchise, right? So before that point, we had Tales of Fantasia, both the original Super Famicom version and the PlayStation 1 re-release. We had Tales of Destiny, right around, like, so basically we had Tales of Fantasia, right? Yeah, Tales of Fantasia, Tales of Destiny, the first Fantasia remake, Tales of Eternia, Tales of Destiny 2, and then Tales of Symphonia. So, up until Tales of Symphonia, right, the linear motion battle system, or LIMS, right, the LIMS system that they were using, that's a redundant acronym, damn, whatever. The LIMS system that they were using, up until Tales of Symphonia, was all, like, straight up flat 2D. Was straight up flat 2D, right? Even in, like, the Tales of Fantasia remake, which we did play on this stream last year, even the Tales of Fantasia remake was very much in the same vein, even though it used, like, 2.5D as far as, like, making environments more 3D-ish and things like that. Still, like, straight 2D when you got to that. Tales of Symphonia was the first Tales game that used a version of LIMS that had to exist in a completely 3D environment. And that's why it handles awkwardly to the degree that it does, right? Because you and whatever enemy you're targeting kind of exist when you're targeting them. You exist on the same line, right? And it's only by switching what enemy you're targeting that you can sort of shift the way that you move in space to target an enemy on another line. And like Tales of Symphonia was the first time, right, when they actively had to figure that out in some way. Tales of Rebirth, which came out right after Symphonia, went back to straight up 2D, but then they did a sort of on brain, remember the game. They did a sort of Fatal Fury style thing where while it was like 2D limbs in the same way that a lot of the older games were, you had different planes that you could shift to more freely up and down, right? And I want to say that probably Tales of the Abyss was the first time that they were like, okay, let's revisit the limb system in a fully 3D environment again, but this time, let's put free run in there. I'm pretty sure, I have not played Tales of Legendia, so I don't remember for sure, but I am pretty sure that Tales of the Abyss, therefore, which was another 2 years, right? It was another 2 years, I want to say, after Symphonia came out, that Abyss did, and it fits that the 2 years was about the amount of time they would have needed to percolate on okay, how do we handle doing the limb system in a fully 3D environment? Hence the free run, right? The free run, and that's why free run was in Abyss first, for them to kind of feel it out. And then by the time we hit Vesperia, they're like, okay, free run works and we can work with it. And then by the time we hit Tales of not Hearts, by the time we hit Tales of Graces and F, they're like, okay, yeah, we got this, we're good, right? It's pretty funny because Namco could have cribbed Tri-Ace because Star Ocean had been doing this since Super Nintendo. The reason why they probably didn't is because, and Sabira, if you know this history already, I'm sorry if I'm telling you something you already know. I apologize in advance, but this is also for other people who may not know. And probably the reason why they didn't is because it would have been a matter of like hurt professional pride in the literal sense that members of Team Wolf on Namco for the original Tales of Fantasia, who did not like the direction of Tales of Fantasia, are the ones who split off to Tri-Ace to do Star Ocean 1. So I can guarantee you that even if Namco was thinking about it, it would have been a thing like, but they left. We're gonna do the thing we want to do. I will, like, one will get you 100 that I guarantee, even if they were thinking about it, they would have been like, now let them do that. We're gonna do what we're gonna do. I promise you. Promise you. Or at least it is my personal supposition that history being what it is a large part of why Namco was very deliberate about not doing that until they figured out the way to do it that they wanted to do. Because they would have been like, why are we going to copy the people that left us to go do their own thing? I strongly suspect that was the case. Yeah. Yeah, you know, right, I figured. That's why I was like, knowing you probably know this already, and that's why I was like, peg. But I feel like it should have been obvious on Symphonia that what they were doing kind of didn't work. Yeah, it should have been. But yeah, egos in the game design space are a motherfucker. That's all I really have to say about that. That's the simplest way I can put it. Yeah, it definitely didn't work. Well, okay. Not definitely didn't work. What Severo said is more accurate. It kind of didn't. It's just one of those things where I definitely feel like part of it was part of it was almost certainly professional pride, and they just were not willing to to admit to that. They just wouldn't. If I had to guess. Okay, so that's game design ranting stuff over. Uh, Thank y'all for indulging me. Thank you everybody for contributing. Also, I appreciate it. We'll probably have at least another one of those before this entire stream is over because I wanted to talk about the tactical art system in this game again, mostly because of the stuff that Oracle of White had brought up about like how you would handle like a spiritual successor or remake to this game, and if the art system would be fine as is. The short answer is yes, but I'll talk more about that if we get into an actual boss fight. Tales of Berseria. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. We're gonna continue the plot, and I'm gonna say my feelings about Berseria. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. So AFK screen is gonna go up. Be right back. Okay. All right. So, my feelings about Tales of Berseria. Plot wise, and I'm gonna try to talk about this and continue the plot because we we gotta do this shit. Don't figure our weather letters in row 4 straight symbols. Visit the past, touch the north key. North, so we're gonna do Earth. So the solution to this puzzle is in Octum. When you go down to read the books of prophecy, like we did in the previous stream, it does actively tell you. It does actively tell you which. It does actively tell you which heads need which keys. Past tough key is water. I just need to know who needs to be bribed or threatened to get Zillia 1 and 2 on Steam. Honestly, I'm also that salty motherfucker who really wants them to actually release the real Tales of Destiny 2, as well as Tales of Rebirth. I would like both of those to actually get an overseas release. That would be really fucking cool. They probably won't do it, but that would be nice. It'd be nice for Tales of Innocence too, but I don't know if they're gonna do that. I have I don't like when I know that it's because it's like a logistics thing. It's a logistics thing, and I acknowledge that. But I do not like it when I don't like it when games in my favorite franchises have releases that don't get released overseas. I feel like personally insulted by it, and I don't like it. Somersault, justice. But yeah, so Tales of Berseria. Storyline wise, it's some people say it's like really cheesy or some other things and whatever, but I feel that the game has a lot to say about the nature of what you should be willing to give up for independence, as well as really and truly what it means to kind of like live life on your own terms. And I think that it does this in a way that really has a lot of heart. and that's why I think it's really good. The battle system is not, I'm going to be clear, right? John, look, it's moving. The stone is moving. This is so exciting. The battle system of what kind of internal mechanism is this? Battle system of Tales of Berseria is a very nice refinement of the things in Zestiria in general. I haven't played that much of Zestiria, but I know that generally Tales of Berseria did a really good job refining that game's battle system. But the only thing I will really ding Tales of Berseria's battle system for is that it leans really, really, really heavy on expecting you to do science in order to understand. Yeah, and that's why I was like, Berseria has a much more refined version of it, because again, I'm gonna put it like this. From what I know about Tales of Zestiria, the main problem is that a lot of the same principles in Berseria's combat system are in Zestiria, but they limit your options too much based on certain plot, like sort of like plot integrated related things where it's like, you know, there are certain limitations to how your party members have to interact with certain mechanics that they looked at in Zestiria, then said, what if we bring this to Berseria, but crack a couple of these chains a little bit? They opened up the system a lot more, and the general underlying principles, with a lot of like the switch mechanics and things like that, work much better in Berseria than Zestiria. But the main problem with Berseria is that they turned a lot of the most optimal way of dealing with enemies into doing lots of homework. Thinking about how certain arts are effective against certain kinds of enemies versus not. They leaned really hard on that. And it becomes a thing where if you're trying to like really optimize what it is you're doing and how, you have a really hard time doing it if you don't study up and like really plan out the way that your art's layouts work. But I'm not going to get into that much deeper. I'm going to go and leave it at that. Oh, wow. Look, Sean, look. The big stone flower opened. Sean, look. The center of the stone flower. Some strange thing is moving. That must be the entrance to the path leading to underground Octum. Yeah, Okay, the bud on the stone flower has a small hole inviting in it. No well, star pearl opens the door to the past. Wish to throw the star pearl. Bleh. Yes. You wish to throw the star pearl into the small hole. Okay. Door open. Yeah, I like what I played so far and I plan on finishing it, but I prefer Zilia's. Simplest way for me to put it personally is that Tales of Arise. Okay, and then not that I want y'all to stop talking about Tales stuff, but I will probably stop responding to it as much because my throat is drying out. For me, what I like about Tales of Arise is that they looked at Berseria and looked at the idea of, hey, you know, enemies have specific traits that you need to exploit in order to make this work, and they pared down how hard it is to parse that with most enemies. And it becomes much more immediately obvious in Tales of Arise which kind of enemies are weak to which kind of things. And they also, in the form of Alphen and the Blazing Sword, more or less gave you an option to say, fuck all of that. I don't care about thinking about that shit that hard. I'm just gonna just do Alphen things and work around it. Which is good. Alright, hydration, that means it's time to make tea. So let me go pour out the filtered water and go put on the water. And then when it's ready, I'll go actually pour its tea. Whenever the hot water is ready, I'll pour it and drink it. So till that point, we just gotta wait. That is a weird ass story. It's Legend of Legaia. This game, I love this game, but this game is also weird as fuck. That's just the simplest way to put it. Left over here. Follow this path. Okay, so I still do want to talk game design hack stuff. So let's talk about, right, tactical art system, right? So at this point, y'all already get the basic idea of the tactical art system, right? You put in commands. If you have AP, then putting in certain commands will let you do moves. You can combine moves together, right? I'll answer that question in a second too, Kettle. So what makes this battle system work so elegantly, right? Regular attacking is just very simple. You just put in whatever strings you want, and you attack and do stuff, right? That system into basically just regular attacking versus using arts is already a closely integrated system that you don't have to think a lot about, right? Very straightforward, very easy to do. Spirit, right? Rather than having to worry about like, oh, I have to defend, and oh, I also have to figure out how to build up AP, right? Spirit does both of those things. And so it creates this natural sort of push and pull where it's like, okay, I want to use arts and I want to make sure that, no, Juno, I was talking about like if you're just not trying to use arts, then you don't have to think that hard about it. But in this game, you do have to put some work into that. So too bad. Also, hi, Juno. Anyway, my point being is that because of the sort of flow that kind of comes in is, hey, right, you do spirit, prepare yourself to do arts and expend them. You do arts to expend it, maybe get a little bit of AP back in the trade. Spirit, rinse and repeat, right? The circle and the cycle of how the tactical art system works is very, very chill, right? There's not a lot of like, there's not a lot in the tactical art system where it's like, this is not at all a thing that, like, there's no real elements to it where it's like, we're looking at the tactical art system and none of this shit makes sense. Like, no, it's all relatively straightforward. Cross your arms. I'm gonna do this. It's an angry bird. Right? So like, so there's not like a lot of strain really in terms of like learning. So basically the thing I'm trying to say is that learning how to use the art system optimally in this game is not very difficult. It is literally just, I'll put it like this. I'll dovetail this into Kettle's other questions. The puzzling, as in like the field puzzles in this game, are not super complicated. And I appreciate that, right? Like the field puzzles in this game are not super complex. They're not. Like, we can just be real straight up about that. The field puzzles in this game, which are the kinds that Kettle is probably really talking about, not that complex, right? There's not a lot that you really have to do in order to get them done, and that's okay. I feel like a lot of the energy for puzzle, ironically enough, kind of is worked into the battle system, right? Because you have to spend a lot of time, well, to a degree anyway. Once you have your combos down, you don't have to think about it that hard. But I find it very pertinent that one of kind of like the things that you put a lot of time towards, right, as sort of a compensation for, oh yeah, the field puzzles in this game are not very difficult. The puzzle that you sort of deal with instead is how do you optimize it through the battle system instead, which I think is really good, right? That makes sense. The battle system is good enough for my puzzle needs. Yeah. Especially when you have to sort of, and here's the other thing to consider, right? There are also certain elements. Oh, god damn it! Ah, damn it! Gotta kill the mushrooms. Mushrooms gotta go. Mushrooms have to go. Hey, everybody. So, it's time to introduce you to my favorite mechanic in this game. And by favorite, I mean fuck. It makes sense that they would do this, but also fuck. The fucking rot mechanic. I don't need to tell you what this does because you all can see for yourself. Rot is a great mechanic, by which I mean I fucking hate it, and it's actually the worst. It is actually literally the worst. I can cure it very easily. It's not that much of a problem. Alright, I forgot high attacks don't work on the fucking mushrooms. Shit! Okay. We're not doing this. We're not doing this, okay? Mushroom can go to hell. You're not allowed to hate a single thing about this game not named Berserker, sorry. Hey, J-Rock. Yo, it's funny though, J-Rock. Like, straight up. Like, Jay, straight up. Berserker, we fought Berserker last stream for this game. Like, last Sunday. It came close, but we actually didn't do too bad, all things considered. Nobody died. Noah didn't get her shit pushed in. It went pretty good as far as like Berserker fights go. We made it somehow. Nobody got rot. I got lucky. I'll be honest with you. Nobody got hit with the rot status effect. Nobody got hit with rot. Nobody got hit with rot, I don't think. And just a lot of things happened to just go relatively well. And that's probably why it went so smooth. But yeah. To answer what Ark pointed out, right? Yeah, it is, like, as a mechanic and as it's suited for this game, it's really good. Like, straight up. Like, I hate the rot mechanic, but from the sense of not it is an unfair mechanic that is overly restrictive, but more like it is a mechanic that does actually force you to engage with the game differently once it becomes a factor, and it is something that you have to worry about. But it is not the kind of thing where it's like, wow, this mechanic is so completely bullshit. You will feel that way when you get into a hard fight, and it's like, well, shit, I can't actually do any of my damage stuff. But it is slightly more fair than most, oh god, this is some bullshit, than you normally run into. But yeah, before I forget, J-Rock, y'all finish, I mean, like the 2 flashes I was willing to, like, chance when y'all were streaming the other day, I was pretty sure you finished it. I didn't actually look because I was trying to stay clear for the parts of the parts that I hadn't seen. But I'm assuming y'all finished it the other night, right? Alright, nice. Okay, so take a right over here. But yeah, we're basically literally on our way to Underground Octave. Sheer willpower to power through. Okay then, my prayers paid off. Love to hear that. For the life ring, if I remember correctly, what is a Twitch ambassador? Is that what they call partners now? No. Twitch ambassador is like a step above that, I think, but I don't know for sure, actually. So I might not be the best person to answer that question. Life ring increases max HP by 10%. But do I want to get rid of the Guardian ring for that? Is having more HP worth it if I take more damage? You know what? Fuck the target chain. Fuck the target chain. Let's just put the life ring on. Because Nina having more health is great. That's important. Head back to the left path. Let's see if I can actually absorb a Nova this time. Probably not, but it's worth trying. I don't remember who's carrying the Ivory Book, so I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure who has the best chance of absorbing that roster, of absorbing that Seru. Oh right, I get to talk about why I was like the magic system in this game. I don't hate it, but it's like shrug. So basically, right, the way that you acquire new magic in this game is that once a character has a Ratseru, I think it might be Genjiro that has it. Genjiro is the one that has the Ivory Book, I think. So he should be the one to get the kill. Hold on. Let's reorganize this a little bit. Nope, we're not doing orb. We don't need orb. Under the orb. Nova over here. Get rid of the fucking puffer fish. Okay. So... arms. And then we're gonna... Is min-maxing in this game something you have to do? I know you shouldn't skip fights, but can you just... I'm gonna put it like this. I'm going to put it like this. In my case, because I am a miserable, dirty fucking cheater, I'm not min-maxing in as much as I will definitely go out of my way to try to pick up the things that are much more convenient for short-circuiting certain fights that I don't want to have to deal with. You can get I think, and J-Rock can also feel free to weigh on this if he feels like it, because he actually has finished this game and would have a better idea than I do. I will say that generally speaking, I know for a fact that the best gear in the game for each character is not, as far as straight up hard equipment, weapons and armor and shit to wear. All of that is literally packed into the last dungeon. So, like, getting a hold of that kind of stuff is not that difficult. Getting the best accessories, you can live without some of them, I think, for the most part. I want to say, based on the experience that I've had in this playthrough, the previous playthrough, and the last time I played it before that, you can get by without knowing all of, like, the really, really busted shit. You can get by, but it's one of those things where you, the main result of that is that you, word is going to come to me. You need to make sure that you have a relatively good understanding of how it is that the actual combat system works and that you're trying to do your best to... Yeah. Accessories are always a personal preference best suited to your playstyles. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because, like, however, okay. I'm heeding the wisdom because, like I said, I haven't finished this game before, so there are certain aspects where it's like, there's certain shit I don't know to head off or not head off. So, I absolutely trust Jay's opinion here. Whatever your playstyle is, you're gonna want the elite accessories tailored to that. Makes sense. Yeah. Power up, agility increased. Oh no. How scary. Then Nina got hit with a curse, so she can't use magic, but that's fine. Never beat this game with a scratch disc. Happens. If you're going magic dependent, then you're going to want spell cost reduction, wisdom boost, and MP recovery. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the thing. Right, that ties back into the thing I wanted to say. So, I don't dislike the magic system in this game, right? The magic system in this game is not necessarily bad. For me in particular, because of the way that I play, right? And because of sort of the nature of how you improve your magic in this game specifically, for me, it usually results in me having relatively good healing magic, and then everything else is kind of like mid as fuck because I'm not using magic like that most of the time. So magic is useful in this game, but here's the way that it works, right? The enemies in this game that are specifically Seru, the ones that have little elemental icons by their names, if you defeat them with a character that is also wearing a Rasaru, which at this point is every character in our party, if you defeat an enemy, right, that has one of those little magic icons, like one of the element icons next to their name, there is a chance that you will absorb them into your Rasaru, and you will be able to use magic based on that enemy, right? And so, like what J-Rock just pointed out, right? The entire basis of growth in this game is based on grinding, and the game gives you no shortcuts on that. Exactly. So literally, in order to make your magic better, you just have to hit like a hard usage number. And the usage numbers are different for each spell accordingly, right? The usage numbers are different for each spell, if I remember correctly. And you just have to straight up use the magic that much in order to level it that much, right? And the effects get better. You'll be out, yeah. So, and that philosophy also even carries over to just fighting, right? Which is why, and that's why Kettle was saying earlier, in agreement with J-Rock, in agreement with something I said previously, right? I don't run from fights in this game unless I'm literally like hard up and about to die. I do not run from fights in this game because you need every bit of G and every bit of experience that you can get. This game will fuck you up if you're not fighting every fight that you can get. You gotta beat the fuck out of people. Because if you don't, and you're skipping on levels, there's like I'll put it like this. My general experience with this game is that the degree of error that you're allowed to have in terms of being under-leveled is really fucking small. On top of what J-Rock just said, where it's like, it's not just about being under-leveled. The only reliable way to get cash is to fight. If you can't fight, you don't get good armor, and if you don't get good armor, you're fucked up. Because enemies, even with good armor in this game, enemies will punch you in the face real fucking hard, and the shit hurts. So you need gear in this game. And to get gear, you need money. And they're really, really stingy, like I was saying earlier in the stream. This game is real stingy about money, and it's one of the few things I do not like about it. I get why they are from the perspective of if they tuned it a little bit. Oh, right. I forgot to say, Zero Dance. Thank you so much for the follow. Deeply appreciate it. We keep our follows anonymous so that people can kind of lurk in peace. Oh, it's Big Beast! That's good. Welcome on into the Gage Gang. Happy to see you. Happy Sunday. Hopefully it's going well. It's restful and or productive. Speaking of things, Kettle redeemed the hydrate, and my water just finished boiling. So let me go pour that out and go from there. Yeah, Jay, I went to go look up what it was that increases gold drops, and I found out when you get it, and I'm like, it's that much of an increase when? It's that much of an increase when? What? Yeah, this game is stingy as fuck about that. Let me go pour this water for this tea, and I'll keep moving because I want to get to at least one boss fight tonight. God damn it! I might extend stream so we can hit the fire path thing. I finally saw you online and love watch J-Rock play this. So I'm excited to watch you experience it. Yeah, this is my second time on stream attempting to finish it. The first time I tried, I had a really shitty emulator, so right around a certain important plot point, it kept giving out. That was literally around like February of last year, right? And I was just like, ah. But yeah, I got screwed over by emulator bullshit. But now that we're on Duck Station, we're good. Yeah, now that we're on Duck Station, perfect. So we're finishing this year. Absolutely, we are. I had that happen when I tried to run through Super Mario RPG. Yeah, Duck Station is Duck Station's goated though. All right, let me go pour. Let me go share out the sugar and pour this tea right quick, and then I'm gonna be. I'm not AFKing because I'm literally just like right over here. So give me 1 second. Let me go pour that. Where did I put? Also, I think I've decided it's blueberry tea for tonight. I'm in the mood for blueberry tea, so that's what we're getting tonight. Shit, am I out of tea? I'll be back there. Tea. Nice and steeping now. Should be anyway. But does it feel grindy? I think SJ talked about this earlier, but I wonder if the pace slows down while fighting, like grinding in other games. Oh my lord, I love all things blueberry. Blueberry and peach, good choice. Yeah. From my experience, what I'm going to say, well, part of it is also that I don't. Part of it is that I also admittedly don't grind. So, well, first the Jay's thing about like getting around gold grind. Yes, I am completely down to take tips. I know that we are probably at least in one Discord together. I know that we are probably in one Discord together at least. So feel free to like if there's anything, if it's like long form stuff for getting around gold grind, Jay, feel free to just drop it off in my DMs. So I can hold on to it and take a look at some point. I'm not intending on doing any like grinding off stream necessarily, unless I absolutely have to. So, but just having this stuff in my back pocket is useful. What I did when I played this game was find areas where I could heal for cheap or free, and grind out leveling my magic to max. And that would bring me to a good level. Yeah, that also works. That makes sense too. I don't like grinding either, which is why I tend to be underleveled in boss fights, but I guess you can't do that here. Basically speaking, if you are fighting every fight you get into as you go along, you will probably be fine in most cases. Like I did the Berserker fight. I'd have to go look at the VODs at this point. Somebody will have to go look at the VODs and tell me what level I did the Berserker fight at. But I was like maybe like somewhere around like levels 10 to 12 maybe. Because I think I did Zeto with like 11, 11, 10. Yeah, you can get away with it, but not as a new player without a guide. For sure. And a miracle. Yeah. So that's why in my case I just fight every fight. Because it's one of those things where I know that because of how gold is, and probably because I make questionable purchasing decisions, because of those two things on my end, I compensate for the fact that I might be making terrible decisions when I buy stuff. I compensate for that by just fighting every fight I get into, so that I'm mostly even on it by level curve, even if my gear is a little bit shit. But that's probably not good. Probably not doing it right. Life ring. Okay, I'm gonna come over here. Over here. Wonder elixir. Great. I have something I can sell now. If I said something that makes somebody start going, what do you mean sell? So, case in point of like, you know, streamer man makes bad decisions. Sometimes, probably. I don't use the elixirs in fights. Ever. Not because they're not useful, but because I'm just like, I would rather just like spirit and beat the fuck out of things. So I usually sell the elixirs for money when I get them. Maybe not the Wonder Elixir. I don't know if I should do that one, because it's going to be all stats temporary for the battle, for one battle, which might be useful when my ass is really in the fire. And probably, it wouldn't surprise me if Miracle Elixirs and things, or Elixirs in general, are how you compensate on like low level or under leveled runs to keep yourself from getting your shit pushed in. Wouldn't surprise me at all, because those stat boosts will probably be the only thing that save you in that circumstance. But I don't use them, so I sell them for money because I don't like being broke. But I also don't want to fight. Whew. Gotcha. I will do some grinding then when I finally get around to this game. Hopefully a good guide. I'll put it like this. Probably as, you know, I don't know if I should say that if it involves, depending on your feelings about math. Like, basically, this is the way that I look at it, right? For me in particular, the only time I will really grind is if a character, and I mean this in the sense of, like, I literally go check XP casually and just go like, oh, this character is really close to a level up, and I'm really close to, like, having another segment. That kind of thing, I'll grind for. On a first playthrough, the bling grind is magical. Yeah. I think, actually, Genjiro is due for another level up pretty soon. Trying to figure out art combos on your own is so rewarding. Yeah. Jay, I have to legitimately thank you for pointing out the way that you can use the first, like the last two steps of like somersault to lead into arts that start with like low high and things like that. That's literally how I accidentally re-remembered how to do Dragon Fangs with Noah. I was just fucking around because it's like, oh right, J-Rock said that you could do like high, low, high, and then you can use the low high for these other things. And I fucked around and I got a super art by accident. And I was like, oh right, huh, that works. Because I wasn't actually looking at the full string that you used when you were doing her super arts. So I kind of just did it by accident. And again, I'm like, oh right, damn, that really is cool, huh? Yeah, it's probably to explain, but it's fine. Yeah, we were talking about it. We were talking about it earlier in stream where I'm like, yeah, with super arts, because they're combinations of like 3 arts put together, they don't save those. So you have to write them down, or just write down the arts that put them together. Either way you want to do it, but you have to write it down if you want to keep it, or just have a guide that has the super arts listed and just use that instead. But one way or another, you have to have it written down if you're going to use those a lot. Now, this game is good. Like, if there were specific things that I would do insofar as, like, I'm not even going to touch on it. Like, to be real, with the magic system, I would have to think a little bit harder about if that needs as much adjustment as I think it does. It probably doesn't. But I can tell you for sure that probably, if it was a thing that I was going to do, one of the major things would just be more money drops. That's about it. Just either you make it easier for people to make money earlier, or you just increase the amount of money that you give people. One of those two. I don't know which one would be better for the game balance without actually thinking about it, but one of those two. High, low, high. So high, high, low. I should know this. My brain had a hard part. So high, low, high, high, high. And I think it should still give me the super heart there, if I remember it correctly. Nope, I fucked it up. Haha. That's my own fault. I could have just looked it up. But the nice thing, to kind of bring this up and to point this out also, the nice thing is that even if you never use the super arts by some chance, because you never figure that they exist or whatever, which happens, you might never figure out that they work or that they're a thing. However, the thing that I do find that, again, very nice and elegant about the way this game is designed is that even without that, right? Consider that you have hyper arts into regular arts, and that regular arts still chain into each other really well, right? So it's one of those things where even if you never figure out that super arts exist, just going back to why I think why this game's battle system is really good, even if you never figure out a day in your life that super arts exist, even if you never figure out that they are a thing, right? Doing bullshit like Tornado Flame into Power Punch still works, right? Doing things like Lizard Tail into whatever the fuck the other thing is still works, right? Like, these are, like, even if I were to sit here and go like, I tried to do a thing and my brain shut off. Like, even though I do Frost Breath, I don't know if that will work. That will probably not work, but whatever. I got a nap before work. Take care, y'all. All right, thanks for stopping by, Jay. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Like, even if you never figure out that, like... Yeah, even if you never figure out that, like, super arts are a thing, right? You can just chain together hyper arts into normal arts, right? Like, even if you never figure out that super arts exist, hyper arts and normal arts work really well. Arts into arts work really well, right? The game generally has, and I say generally very specifically, the game generally has enough grace for you to kind of like figure out how to still do cool stuff without knowing all of the great stuff, right? Does the chain have to be the... Yeah, basically you have to... Yeah. The simplest way to do it is that if you're doing... Even if it's like... oh, do we finally have natural fours? God damn it! He's short by just that much agility. This fucking character. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. He has low agility. It just happens. But like, god damn it! He's right there. You bastard. Anyway. So basically speaking, right? Yeah, the whole point is that when you're doing the links, you have to look at what end with and then link that into what you start with. So, again, as an example, right? So with Fire Blow, right? Fire Blow is right, down, left. And if you look at Power Punch, right? Power Punch is left, down. So, right, down, left. the last hit of Fire Blow, or the last command for Fire Blow, if you look at the last command for Fire Blow, I use it as the first command for Power Punch. Because it's right, down, left for Fire Blow, and then left, down for Power Punch, right? So if I do right, down, left, the final left of Fire Blow becomes the first left of Power Punch. And that's why that works. For Frost Breath even, right? I do left, right. And the first two rights, left, right. I do for Frost Breath, right? And then the first two right, the last, god damn it, I can words. I do left, right for Frost Breath, right? And then the first two hits of Dolphin Attack, the right, is already covered by the last two hits of Frost Breath. And that's how it becomes a combo. Same thing even with Genjiro, right? He has right, left. But then he also has a move that is hang on, I should change this. So I do right, left. And Battering Ram also starts with the left. So I can then do right down and it's covered. Ah, god damn it! He literally rotted the limb that I was gonna use to hit him with. That piece of shit! I'm so angry. I was literally gonna use a combo with lows in it, and that's what got rotted. So it's not gonna work now. Piece of shit. Go to hell. Fuck you. Damn it. I'm salty. So yeah, as long as you are, basically it's literally just a matter of like, it is so much easier to see it than say, yeah, exactly, right? And that's why, at least to me, that's why this game can afford to, that's why, at least to me, this game can afford to not have really complex, like, field puzzles. Like, this game does not need complex field puzzles, right? Because a lot of the puzzle really is in looking at your moves and figuring out how to tie them together. But yeah, like, basically this game doesn't work unless you're using a... So, to go back to one of the questions you were asking before, Oracle, you were like, I remember you asking, like, well, like, would this game still be turn-based? It has to be. Like, this game not being turn-based kind of defeats sort of the purpose of the way that the arts system kind of works, right? When you think about it. Because the point is that you should be able to have time to kind of like think through your moves, think through which things are best suited for the particular situation that you're in, and execute, right? So I know that there are people, and I'm not saying this as a judgment value on those people. I know that there are people who look at turn-based games and go, turn-based games are boring. Like, they're really slow, and there's like, and I get that. Right? But the point of a turn-based, especially this is the way I'll put it. A good turn-based system is meant to make you think. Like, the tension is in, and this is the thing that I think people who don't like turn-based games either don't understand this point and judge unfairly, or they understand perfectly this point and are like, no, I don't enjoy that. But here's the thing, right? The thing about a good turn-based game especially is that they make there be When I say weight, I mean like in the sense of like heaviness, right? There's a sort of weight and a sort of heaviness to the decisions that you have to think about and make, right? Like turn-based systems that aren't thinking about what they're doing very carefully are turn-based systems where it's like, oh yeah, functionally speaking, the thing that like whatever I do doesn't really matter because any option is equally effective, right? But the whole point of a turn-based system is like, well, you can just like, you know, there's no tension to it. There is, in the sense of like, if the weight of the risk and the reward is correct, then there very much is. It's there. But yeah, I've heard people say that like with turn-based systems it's boring because you have to wait and all you do is like, they kind of miss the point where it's like, all you really do is like you pick commands and you don't have to like do anything and it's like da-da-da-da, right? It's like, that's not, you're missing the point of why it is that way. The point is in the thinking, right? Now, there are some people who are also just like, by their own admission, right? Like, they don't enjoy there are a lot of people who, by their own admission, right? A lot of people, by their own admission, who are like, I don't like games where I have to think. I just want to fight. And that's fair. Like, I get that, you know? Yeah, like the main thing. So, yeah, I mean, I get only wanting to fight, so I just want to hit something. But turn-based, yeah, the thing that most of the time when I hear people say that turn-based games are boring, it's because they're laboring under the impression that if you're not like actively like, if it's not like reflex based, right, where you have to be responding to like an active threat that's like actively chasing you down or otherwise like causing you a problem, right? A lot of the people who say that I've noticed say that like turn-based games are boring are operating from the assumption that it's like, well, you know, the enemies are just standing there. They won't do anything unless you do whatever. But usually I also find that these are people who, to put it very simply as an example, right? They have probably not played a turn-based game that has successfully actually given them reason to understand where stress from making decisions actually comes from, right? This game is an example of that kind of thing. But if I'm going to be more upfront, for example, you put somebody who's like turn-based games are boring and like really slow paced, and the slowness is like doesn't excite me and all that other stuff. You put them in front of a Shin Megami Tensei game, and they're gonna change their tune real quick. That's the simplest way for me to put it, right? Like, put them in front of like a Shin Megami Tensei or Persona game where it's like, no, you have to manage those turns real well, because if you don't, those enemies are gonna grab you by the face and smash you into the ground. There you go. It's kind of, I'll put it like this. From my perspective, it's sort of someone has ever lost a boss battle and had to beat everything from the start without skips. That fear keeps me on my toes. Yeah. And you can say things about turn-based games that don't have really good pace, That's a fair thing to say. But like turn-based games on their face are no more like boring or uninteresting in the same way that like I'll put it like this. Here's the way I'm gonna put it. To give like a very straightforward example that I think will help kind of set this up. And it will also make sense to those of y'all that have been here in this stream for a while and understand my feelings about how I feel when people say that fighting games are nothing but mashing. So, here's like a primary example of this kind of thing for me, right? Y'all that have been here for a while, right? And have been here for like my Fighting Friday streams and stuff, y'all know that whenever I hear someone saying that like fighting games are just button mashing or whatever, y'all know that like gets up in my ass, right? And you know, and y'all know, if you know me, that not only do I strongly disagree with that, the literal point of me doing Fighting Friday the way that I do is literally to prove that whenever people say that, they're full of shit. It's kind of that same energy. When people are like, yeah, you know, turn-based games, whenever people say some fuck shit like, you know, turn-based games are boring and not that interesting, there's a difference between I don't find that kind of thing interesting because I prefer to play more active games, which is true, versus all turn-based games are boring and they're bad, which is a lie. For a lot of people, I feel like much in the same way that it's like, okay, people who say that fighting games are all about mashing, right, have not really come to understand that there is a certain degree of actual tactical thinking that does go into playing a fighting game. It's just that a lot of the more obvious applications of what you're doing are not about that subtlety. So you miss that very easily. I wonder if Final Fantasy VII R has helped or hindered the topics of remake. I don't think it has had that much of an effect. I'll put it like this. FF7R would not have been the first game to even potentially open up that question. It is in maybe the current zeitgeist, yes, it might be, but in a general sense, I think that question has probably been in the general gaming conscious for a much longer time than that. It might be the most recent example to kind of bring that kind of thing up, but the simplest way to put it is that with remakes in particular, because the main thing is that Final Fantasy, the original Final Fantasy VII, right? While there are aspects of it that have not aged well from many perspectives, the basic system of that game in and of itself is trying to think of the best way to sort of describe this in a way that makes sense. Base system of the original Final Fantasy VII is still relatively solid when you think about it, right? The idea that with the way that the materia system works, you have to do a lot of thinking about what types of weapons you want to use, because there's some weapons that are really good for materia growth and materia use, right? There's some kind of weapons that are really good for that because they have linked slots and things like that, right? Versus other weapons that are really good at literally just being there for beating the shit out of things, right? But there are some games that, right, So like with Final Fantasy VII, it's mostly just a question of like, well, if you play the original one, are you willing to put up with a lot of the, what I will say with the original one, right? With the original Final Fantasy VII, right? Even putting aside like the question of graphics for a second, because I don't really give a shit about that. If there are certain affordances that you are fine with living without, right? If there's certain affordances that you're fine with living without, right? Then playing the original Final Fantasy VII is not the worst thing in the world. The pacing is a lot different, and things are a bit more all over the place in that particular sense. So some of that may be a turnoff. Hang on, I forgot what the fuck. I'm going on remakes. Sometimes I think a game will be well remake, especially like a decade-old, out-of-date system. Some games like don't need a remake, maybe remaster. Like, as an example, right? So to Kettle's point, as an example, right? The only reason why I would wind up saying, I'll use Dragon Quest as an example of this, right? Dragon Quest. Which one am I thinking of? Dragon Quest. Fuck. I want to think about this really carefully because if I talk out of my ass, I'm going to feel like a clown. So I'm trying to think very carefully about which Dragon Quest I should use as an example of this. And it's harder with Dragon Quest because there are some of these that just never got fucking released overseas in the first place. So, okay, Dragon Quest 8 as an example, right? Honestly, with Dragon Quest 8, right? You could play either the original version of that or the remake. And functionally speaking, the remake has a couple of things that are a little bit different. But as far as like Dragon Quest 8 goes, you could quite literally play either version of it and you're fine. Right? And that is a PS2 game. But I say that to say that as a game, that game has held up exceptionally well. Right? Oh, now you want to absorb Nova. God damn it, whatever. Anyway, yeah, so like the Dragon Quest 8, like I was saying before, like you can play the original, you can play the remake, and literally that game holds up well enough either way that it kind of doesn't matter, right? Live Alive. So here's how I'm gonna put this, right? With Live Alive, right? Kind of the same thing. Insofar as, I'll put it like this. Live Alive, the original one, the main thing is that you have to play a fan translation of that, right? But the fan translation of Live Alive, combined with just the way that the mechanics of that game work in general, you can play the original version of Live Alive as opposed to the remake, and you're Gucci. There is a thing that's a little different. There is a thing that's a little bit different in the remake of Live Alive, that might be worth playing the remake specifically for that reason, right? But if you're like, I don't want to do that, I just want to play the original version, you get the fan translation of that game and you're good, right? Like, that game is solid enough to hold up. Dead Space, to be specific, on the other hand, Dead Space, right? This is a good example, I think, of how we can talk about this. Also, I'm not even sure if FF7R is an actual remake, which we'll have to see. Really. I don't want to go into details because I know there's some people who might want to play it that have not played it yet. Shit, I went back. Fuck, I got lost and I went backwards. Alright. I got lost and I went backwards, I think. That's fine. So yeah, like with the Dead Space remake, right? The PC port of Dead Space specifically is just like it's booty butt cheeks, right? So the nice thing about the Dead Space remake in particular, when you think about it, right? While theoretically you could still, if you have like, I think it's accessible to like Xbox 360 or Xbox One or something, I think still, right? You could get the version of the game that isn't like basically hot donkey. You could get the version of the game that's basically not hot donkey ass. By playing it through one of those sorts of ways. But when you consider, right? But when you consider like the PC port of the original Dead Space and how basically it was just like it's not a game that functions very well, right? A remake of that game works out really well. I basically have the general impression that cool, got that. We take those. Yeah, my main thing about remakes in particular is that especially if you're talking about it as a question of accessibility from the perspective of how easy is it to play this thing in a form that is reasonable and workable, right? And if the answer to that question is that it's relatively easy, then it doesn't really need a remake necessarily, right? Okay, I'm gonna be a little shady here for a second. I'm gonna put it like this. For example, everything that is happening with The Last of Us. I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. I get that, especially from the perspective of adding more like accessibility features and things like that. No, damn it, I wasn't going backwards, I was going forward. Shit. That's my own fault for getting distracted. But it happens. Anyway, the thing I was saying, like with The Last of Us, right? I know a lot of it was about, to a certain degree, about doing like accessibility things, but from my perspective, this is specifically my opinion. Given the fact that like PS4s, for example, have not been, I know that, or am I misremembering which PlayStation The Last of Us initially came out on? If The Last of Us was like a PS3 game, I could kind of see why they would want to like be remaking it. I actually don't even remember. Let me go look. The Last of Us. Okay. PlayStation 3. Okay, so I can kind of, I get that. Okay. All right. So then all right. I'm gonna be shitty for a second. Okay. All right. Then I'm gonna be shitty for a second. I'll try to be a little fair, but also not that fair. The thing about The Last of Us, so I went to go look it up, right? So the original release of The Last of Us, right? Like the first ever version of The Last of Us, ever, right? Before we start talking about remakes and remasters and things like that, that was like the PS360 era of games. Okay, I get it. because the PS3 architecture, is like three rabbits in a trench coat. You know, I get it, right? That's fair. However, when you sort of look at the specific, it's going to come to me in a second. My brain is going to kick on, and I'm going to be able to finish the thought up. Right. So, the original one, okay. PS3 game. PS3 architecture is notoriously, like, super fucking obfuscated and just a general pain in the ass to dev for a whole bunch of other shit. Okay, fair. Like, shit. Nobody enjoys the shit. Like, straight up. It's insensible, right? It's insensible, right? The main thing, though, that in particular where I just go like, I don't know if y'all really need to do this. So, The Last of Us, like the new remake of The Last of Us, right? Is like, yeah, we got like new, like we've added new accessibility features and all this other stuff and done all that. It's like, okay, I get that. That makes sense. Okay. I understand y'all wanted to do that and a bunch of other stuff. But outside of that, right? I'm trying to think very carefully about how I phrase this because I don't like, outside of very specific exceptions, I don't like implying that like certain games shouldn't exist, quote unquote. Now, The Last of Us has, especially if you look into certain things that Neil Druckmann has said, there are other problems with The Last of Us that would make me say I don't recommend it to anybody. But outside of the whack bullshit that Neil Druckmann has said, especially when he was talking about Last of Us Part 2, right? Outside of that, my main thing is that it's just like, I feel that there are certain aspects of the decisions that were made around trying to justify why we needed to have a remake of there are a lot of sort of justifications around why we needed to have a remake of that game that don't sit well with it. Oh, right. I forgot to explain this thing real quick. Rot can work on multiple limbs at the same time when it wants to. Isn't that great? Yeah, Rot can work on multiple limbs at the same time. Really cool. Wanting money, isn't that always... I mean, yes. Because Naughty Dog has basically... Nope. I'm trying to weigh the line between not being extremely unprofessional about this, but also being honest. I'm just gonna be honest, I'm gonna have to deal with it. Naughty Dog has gotten very much up their own ass with the idea of making prestige games in the way that like people make prestige TV, and it shows. The way that they sort of think about Uncharted, the way that they sort of think about The Last of Us, right? They are very much in like, their heads are like neck deep in the idea of prestige games, and it's like, y'all just do what you want. You're grown, but like, really? Like, this is the bag you want to chase? Like, y'all could have picked any other bag, and this is the bag that you chose. Really? games, really? Like, uh, uh, uh. Like BioWare and their movie games. I say this love, but BioWare wants to make movies. Yeah, like, so here's the way that I look at it, right? If I'm gonna put BioWare, if we're gonna put BioWare on blast for a second, in like a weird way, Dragon Age, right? Oh, the newer ones are a little bit more like this also, but there's a through line that you feel a little differently when you look at like The Last of Us and Uncharted and things like that. Like The Last of Us and Uncharted, like Uncharted really, really, really wants to be Indiana Jones-esque, the movie-ish, the game, but with nuance and emotion. And you can feel that in the way that a lot of the writing is staged, a lot of like the set pieces are staged, all that other stuff, right? The Last of Us and Uncharted, with the way that they really focus on like those big set piece action moments and all this other, you can really feel where they're trying really hard, really, really hard to sort of like replicate that kind of like prestige movie TV, like where it feels like it's like, all right, we're gripping and drama and it's right. Not that BioWare doesn't do that, but BioWare is a little more. How do I put this? I like the Uncharted movie despite Marky Mark being in it. I haven't seen it, so I can't. I can't say anything one way or the other because I haven't seen it. But yeah, like my general. This is the way that I'm gonna put it. When you play The Last of Us or Uncharted, dialogue feels like you're trying to listen to a movie. And I'm not saying this as a good thing or a bad thing. Again, there are certain things that like Neil Druckmann has said and done that I'm just like, man, fuck you anyway. But again, outside that, right? Not that I'm saying outside of it isn't to ignore it, but like not including that. The main thing is that like I listened to the Uncharted dialogue, right? Or even the Last of Us dialogue, and I'm like, it feels like y'all are trying to sell me on this being like a movie, except it's a game. Dragon Age or Mass Effect, for example, a little bit less like that. Or if it is a little bit like that, more like that rot fucker Whedon type dialogue as opposed to like, yeah, I don't really know how to characterize it. There's just a certain way that Naughty Dog thinks about Uncharted and Last of Us as properties and the way that they handle those things, where you really begin to feel that like they're trying to think of this as like big budget movie stuff. Like their heads are super up their asses about that, and you can feel it a little bit. And BioWare takes itself seriously-ish. Well, BioWare doesn't take itself as seriously. Oh, it's very Whedon-esque, which is knowing even when Whedon was popular. Yeah. Wow. And then even then, you can argue that like, Sean, Genjiro, over here. There's a whole lot of people here. The best parts of the Whedon-esque dialogue are probably not things that have anything to do with him because he's a piece. So there's also that to consider. These must be the caverns under Octum. Octum? That means Hari must be here. He's the one who can tell me what my dreams need. He must be here, right? Okay. Hooray! Sean, let's go. Let's go find Hari. I don't know if we're actually going to make it to the boss tonight, because the conversation has been good, to be clear. I am not upset about the conversations we've had, but I talked way more than I normally do on these streams, because normally people don't ask these 50-50 on that. People will ask questions in my streams, but normally the through line is not so absurdly long and absurdly strong that we wind up talking for as much as what we did today. Very unusual. I'm fine with it. I have no issue with it. It's just surprising because we went in. We went ham today on that kind of thing. Okay. I should probably actually take a rest at the inn because we are hurting. So in first. We're gonna go take a look at some items. Go from there. Only chatting online, I assure you. Tell me in person. Try that how quiet I am. I get it. If you get me started on a thing, then I can be chatty in person. But a lot of the time, depending on the conversation, if it's not something I can like super get into, I will also keep my mouth shut as fuck and just listen. Here, can you feel it? It's Nina. I feel Nina's presence. Ah, Nina. I can sense her too. It's Nina, my daughter. I might have the voices mixed up. So warm. Your heart. She's growing up healthily. She seems to have made some wonderful friends. Who is it? Who's there? Can you hear me? Me, your father. My father? Father! Is it you, father? Is mother there too? Yes. Both of us are watching over you, Nina. I want to see you, father. I want to see mother too. And we want to see you, but we're trapped in eternal darkness. All we do, send you our words, your pure heart, in your dreams. What? Who? Why is my phone blowing up? What? Sorry, my phone kept buzzing. It's like making my brain itch. Dreams. Pains me. Send you our words like this. Father wants to see. Waiting for you. Ah, she's crying. Just hang on, mother and father. I'll be there soon. I'm coming. I'll go to where the deepest mist is to see you. Horseblade. Ooh, that's a lot. Hardbeat is not that much of an upgrade. Red Club. There's another weapon we're gonna get that I'm not doing that for. Expert Shield. That. Iron Man armor. Clip. Olive shoes. And we'll equip. Fighting boots. Andro will equip. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, let's see what. Okay, downstairs. Check the shelves for Door of Wind. John now has the Door of Wind. Building above the inn and grab the healing flower from there. Alright, so we're gonna here. John now has the healing flower. Hell yeah. So let's explore more of the town. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Everyone, run! Look at Deborah's house. It's going to collapse. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Remember that we are an underground octum, and we are above pits. Um, Somebody is about to have a not good, very bad, horrible day. Uh, Brace yourselves. This is gonna get messy. Ah, it's shaking! Someone help me! Okay. Whew. I don't believe it. This is worse than a nightmare. Oh no! Wow, Sean, did you see that? The whole house collapsed. Oh. Hey, you felt that earthquake earlier, right? Well, around here, that's an everyday experience. At least no one died, though. By the way, did you come here to see Hari? Yeah? I knew it. I could just tell. I'll take you there. Follow me. What are you waiting for? Come on. This way. This way. Yeah. Yeah, their name is Kina. Wow, that's cool. Those things on your arm. Are those Saru? No way. Oh well. They're raw Saru, so kind of a not known. Mushroom patches that fed us have been swallowed up by the earth. Soon we'll all starve. Oh, my dear sweet home. This way, this way. This is Hari's house. Well, go inside, go inside. Hari's home, the palace of meditation. I cannot see him now. I am to inform the others as soon as Hari awakens. John now has the life water. So again, water items increase a stat permanently. Goes to Nina because she has shit for health. Very important. She needs it. I don't know what business brought you here. Hari's bedroom. Palace of meditation. Bad manners or barbaric behavior is prohibited. Hari is sleeping using the ancient secret technique known as time grasping. Hari wakes only when he receives the sacred words of Rem. I'm worried about Hari. It's been 5 years since he woke last. He's never slept this long before. Hari hears the messages of the god Rem. Those prophecies of Hari enabled the people of Akhtam to escape the threat of the mist. I'm being directed to come over here. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. Treasure chest. Medicine. Okay. John now has the magic water. Okay. Guess who gets that? Yeah, you're right. It's Nina, because she has the worst MP. She gets that. It's hers now. Well, you are strangers here. Yes, I am the mayor. A useless one. The people suffer so much, but I can do nothing. What an incompetent mayor I am. If only Hari would awaken, then we could do something about the situation. This is a dangerous place, so you do well to leave here quickly. Between me and you, I may have escaped the mist so far. but I don't expect to live much longer. Damn, dude. There's no reason to... Reality is worse than any nightmare. Yeah. Come here, everyone. It's Hari. Hari. It's just weird to see my nickname in things. Last time it was the music artist Kina. Whatever happened to her? Hari is finally awake. Yeah, it's bleak as shit. Ow! Your Honor, it finally happened. Hari is finally awake. You don't say. What wonderful news. The town is saved. There's no time to waste. We must hurry to Hari at the Palace of Meditation. Yo, motherfucker, you gonna apologize for knocking me over? Not even as so much as a sorry. Just knocked me right the fuck over. It's you. You are the ones Hari has been waiting for. Please, go inside the Palace of Meditation. Hari will save Octum from danger. That's what we are waiting for. How deplorable. Hari won't even talk to me, the mayor. Won't even talk to me, the mayor. He says he wishes to speak only to you outsiders. How rejected I feel. I'm worried about Hari. He seems to be hiding his true feelings from us. Hari seems to have been awakened by your arrival here. Welcome. Hari is waiting for you. Is his haha like the OG way of saying lol but not actually laughing? Might be. Words of Hari are the words of Rem. Listen carefully. Hari will remain awake only for a short time. The three Haris are, from the left, tellers of the past, of the present, and of the future. You may listen to any of the three Haris. Let's go in order. I am Hari of the past. I shall reveal to you the headwaters of the flow of time. Are you ready to hear about the past? Okay! The start of your journey is the inevitability of time that connects the past to the present. Interrelation among the Mist, Seru, and Ra-Seru is part of the inevitability of time. Beyond the human world in which we live is the home of the Seru, the Seru-Kai. All Seru in the human world are born of the Seru-Kai. Human world and Seru-Kai are indivisible, but the two worlds were destined to remain apart. However, an unfortunate accident allowed the Seru to enter the human world. Humankind learned of the Seru's power and built civilization. But people depended on Seru too much, and it warped the human spirit, leading to great tragedy. At the heart of the Mist is a demon. Even through Rem's eyes, its true nature is unclean. Is Seru-Kai similar to yokai? No. Literally, the word used, it's assuming that I know what the kanji is correctly, Seru-Kai is literally being used. So, I'll put it like this. The Japanese word for a world, right? Or the world, not in the sense of like the planet Earth, but just in the sense that we would talk about like the world, is sekai. Sekai, right? It is, I'm going to make an assumption here, but the Seru-Kai is basically literally taking part of the word that is used to mean world and applying it to Seru. So if my read on it is correct, hang on, legaia, wiki, Seru-Kai. Yeah. Okay, so when you say Kai, right, it's like talking about, it's not necessarily, it's sort of like you're talking about a realm of existence is the way to sort of think of it, right? So it can mean like realm or world in like a metaphysical sort of sense, right? So Seru-Kai and yokai are not the same thing. Seru-Kai is literally, if you think about it, like the realm or the world of Seru. It's a translation thing that they didn't quite cover through, right? They decided to just leave the name of the world basically functionally in the Romanized, like they Romanized Japanese for it and said that that's the name of the world there. But the more accurate way to phrase it is that basically you could have just said in that sense, right? The route, instead of saying Seru Kai, the world of the Saru, you could have just said the realm of the Saru or the world of the Saru, and it would have been basically a more literal or direct way of translating it. Not necessarily a better one, but it would have been a more direct one. But yeah, Serukai and Yokai have nothing to do with each other. This demon, neither human nor Saru, used the mist to destroy the world. It is no coincidence that you've been chosen by the Rasaru. Fight with all your strength. The power of the Genesis trees is with you. This is the realm of the past. Did you watch closely? Did you listen closely? Yeah, huh? I have told you all of Rem's words. I will now go back to sleep. And then Hari goes back to sleep. Okay, that's interesting. I thought Kai was the demon part, not a realm thing. I learned so much since. So, for example, I'm going to go to Jisho real quick and go look up the kanji. Yeah, like even the kanji for the word yokai. So, to demonstrate this very clearly, right? Right? Versus this. So I'm going to be clear here. So to be clear, right? This is an important thing to talk about, right? Hey, quick language lesson for those of you who may not know. So, in Japanese, right? So, you have hiragana and katakana, right? Which are used to write syllables. And then you have kanji, which are used to like basically represent whole words in pictogram form, right? So, this is an interesting thing. The kanji that is used for Seru is not pronounced Seru normally, right? The kanji that is used to refer to Seru is kemono, right? Kemono or keramono, right? Are usually the common ways to pronounce that first kanji. But you notice how we have the brackets and then these other two next to it, right? So in other words, basically, it's this concept in Japanese language called, if I remember correctly, right. Sometimes it can be called ruby or furigana, right? The idea behind using that, and so you notice it now. It's easier to do now in most games now, but in older games, it was a little bit difficult to actually, like PlayStation 1 games, for example, had this issue a lot. Language time, part 2. So, if anybody here has ever played Xenogears, right? If anybody has ever played Xenogears, right? You may notice that there was this time where they would say, like, certain words, and then they put brackets. They put another set of words in brackets afterward, right? The idea there is that what they were trying to sort of come across with was the concept that we see here, right? Where the kanji, right, that was normally used for seru means beast. Normally you say kemono or keramono for it, right? But by putting those brackets afterward and then putting the literal katakana for seru afterward, you're saying, hey, when you see this kanji in this context, read it as seru instead. So the idea, right, is that the seru are functionally animals, right? Not necessarily, or beasts. Not necessarily like animals in the sense that we know them, right? Like horses or cows or things like that. But the idea, by using the kanji for like beast or creature to represent them, right? But then putting seru on there, the idea is that you call this thing a seru, but understand that its nature is something like, you know, bestial, not like bestial, not human, or like bestial in the sense of like being like not like an animal and not like a human, but just like this is a thing that is like very. This is so fascinating. Duolingo. So Duolingo, when it gives you certain examples in the actual things that you slide in, sometimes Duolingo does use furigana because ideally, right, when you do furigana and you have the ability to actually render them correctly, the PlayStation 1 couldn't do it, but you'll notice now in modern, usually in more modern games especially, right? If you're playing the Japanese version and they have the intention to use furigana like this, they will actually write the hiragana or the katakana that they want you to use to read it. They'll write those above the actual text in the text box. They couldn't do it as easily on PlayStation 1 for reasons, which is why you sort of see it the way it is here. But there are certain aspects of Duolingo. I don't know if Duolingo ever tells you, but there are aspects of Duolingo where they will, in fact, put furigana above the kanji in the examples that you have to pick the bubbles from. They do it sometimes, but not always. So, like, as an example, right? I'm going to do this last example, then we're going to keep doing story stuff. Bleach, for example, right? I remember, no, I don't remember it 100%. I have to probably go look it up in order to be sure. Or let me just go, because I think there's one other thing that is pertinent to this example that will also help kind of sell the point here. Okay, see? Here's another example, right? So, with the Raseru, right? The kanji used for Raseru, right? There are two kanji that are used for it. So the two kanji that are used for Raseru, for example, and this is, I am desperately hoping that the wiki that I'm pulling this from isn't just bullshitting me. I don't think it is, which is helpful, but I really hope it's not. So, right? The two kanji that are used for Raseru that aren't listed in the square brackets, the two kanji are, if we're going to use the Japanese readings for them, the two kanji are hijiri and kemono. Those are the Japanese readings of those two kanji, hijiri and kemono, right? So hijiri in this context means whole, usually, right, sacred, holy, or pure, right? And then, like we said before, kemono or keramono, right, depending on how you choose to read it, is talking about like a beast, right? So the idea with raseru, right, is that, but you read it as raseru. That's what the things in the bracket say. The things in the bracket say, the kanji for this thing say something like holy beast, but when you speak it aloud, you must read it as raseru. That's the idea, right? So here in particular, right, if the seru by themselves, right, are these otherworldly or just fierce or just beast-like things, the raseru are basically sort of a step above that by nature of having some form of purity or divinity to them. That's the idea behind why those kanji were used. But so while the kanji are more elaborately like, you know, holy animal, the furigana that's put in is raseru, which means that when you see, at least what the game is conveying to you is, when you see these kanji, don't say like, you don't read this as like seiso or shoso or anything like that. You read it as raseru. Okay, Japanese language lesson thing over. Hopefully that makes sense. I really want to learn Japanese. It's a very interesting language. I do not speak it fluently, and these are things that I have picked up mostly by virtue of a lot of self-study. So my knowledge is extremely fragmented in certain aspects, but there's certain parts of it that's like right here. I love this, and this makes the game so much more impactful lore-wise. Yeah. And it's a very important thing to kind of like, yeah. And that's one of the nice things, or at least one of the things that I find interesting about Japanese, right? Is that, especially by using furigana, you're able to sort of convey, right, a subtextual meaning to certain things while allowing people to like kind of like pronounce things otherwise. If you want a great example of how you can use like furigana, or like a show that does it a lot, Bleach does this a lot. A lot of the terms that are used, a lot of the terms that are used to refer to hollows, for example, and like hollow abilities, right? They are written with kanji, but then the furigana are used to indicate this is the way that you say it, and it represents the Spanish word, right? So, for example, I'm going to go look this up real quick as the last thing, and then we're going to keep going through the game, because I want to kind of like get into this. Sonido. Okay. So, right? Or sonido. Sorry, sonido is the proper way to do it. So, right? In Japanese, right? The kanji that are used for sonido, right? The rapid stepping flash step equivalent that the hollows use in Bleach, right? It's written with the kanji, and this is the Japanese reading of these kanji. Hibiki, right? And kururi or kururu. So it's written with the kanji that means to echo and to turn, right? That's the kanji that's used when it's written. But then the furigana that are used is sonido. In other words, right? What is being used to convey that in Bleach, for example, is the idea that this movement has some sort of sound component to it. But then the way that so when you see those two kanji together, what Kubo is saying is that it's like, I want you to read this with the Spanish word for sound, but understand that conceptually we are talking about a movement that also has like an echoing or a reverberating turn. There's a sound component to this movement, is basically what is being conveyed with that. But rather than calling it like and I'm gonna butcher this here, right? Rather than calling it like Kyoten or something, right? Because the idea is that the hollows and the Arankar, right, are all like Spanish themed. So rather than using a Japanese, or rather than just taking the kanji and using like a sound reading of that, what Tite Kubo did was he took the kanji and put the furigana to represent the Spanish word that he felt best represents the concept of what a reverberating turn is. Sonido. And that's how that kind of thing works. Furigana does some wild shit when you use it correctly. It's really cool. It's super cool. Okay, language lesson done. Let's listen to the Haris here. I am the Hari of the present. I shall tell you what drifts on the surface of time. Are you ready to hear about the present? Let's do it. The Mist's henchmen are in the last stage. They plan to destroy the world completely. They are now tenaciously pursuing us, who have barely survived the Mist's attack. They are now raising an army to kill legions, or turn them into Seru monsters. Deep below Octum, at the bottom of the fire path, are their henchmen. Jean, Nina, Genjiro, use the powers of your holy Seru to destroy the demon's henchmen. You see my point here, right? You'll notice, and this is something I think the translation does catch very well, right? They indicate still through the translation, because you don't have the context of being able to see the kanji saying that Rasaru are basically holy beasts. They compensate for that in the translation by making mention of the fact that Rasaru are holy, right? They have to make it more explicit in the English translation because we don't really have... We have ways to sort of indicate those sorts of things contextually, the way Furigana do, but not quite as subtly. So in the English translation, we get a lot more direct mentions of the fact that like Rasaru have holy powers, right? And all of these other kinds of things to help sort of bridge the gap that you might have seen in the original Japanese by being able to recognize that the kanji used for Rasaru is holy and beast, right? So they emphasize, and this is the cool thing about translation, right? When you do it correctly, the idea is to be able, when you localize something, so, damn it, we're just stuck on this, but it's fine. People like it, so whatever, I'm going to talk about it. The difference between a localization and a translation is something that you can see here, right? With a translation, the idea is that you will directly, sort of like one-to-one, just take whatever was from the original and bring it flat into whatever the new language is with the intention of trying to like portray the words as literally as you can, right? And for things like idioms and things like that, it doesn't really work, right? Yeah, exactly. Like machine translation is really shitty because it focuses on translation. It doesn't quite grasp the nuance of the kind of thing that you need for localization, right? And with localizing, the idea is that you are trying to, even if it means you have to change some of the literal words that are spoken, a good localization or localization in general is about trying to capture the intent behind what was said. And good localizations find ways to do that really well, right? Are they all babies? Do they age? Being a baby forever sounds like hell. Yeah, all 3 Haris, so far as I know, they babies. John, Nina, Genjiro, use the powers of your holy Saru to destroy the demon's henchmen. That is the only way to save this town from danger. The only way to save the world from imminent annihilation is to save each individual life. Fight with all your strength. The power of the Genesis trees is with you. That's the Remember the Present. Did you watch closely? Did you listen closely? Okay. I have told you all of Rem's words. I will now go back to sleep. Look at this shit. Such a peaceful look on his face when he sleeps. But yeah, right? So with localization, right? The way that this game was localized, one of the things that they did do relatively well is convey, especially by repeating how holy the Saru are, they conveyed exceptionally well the concept that while Ra Saru are a form of Saru, they are different in the sense that they are, right, treated as holy. There is something, or pure. There is something about them that elevates them above regular Saru. Right? And that is a thing that they make a point of emphasizing. They make a point of emphasizing that with the kanji in the original Japanese version, and then in the English version, they compensate by making a point of mentioning verbally Saru, like the Ra Saru are holy, right? It's very important. And I guess sort of by virtue of what we would call a convenient cultural touchstone, right? By virtue of like a convenient, and maybe it was also deliberate. I think it was probably also deliberate, right? Genesis trees are literally called soseiju. So soseiju in the original Japanese. Hang on. I might have gotten that last word a little wrong. Let me double check that. Soseiju. Not soseiju, but soseiju. So literally, right? Genesis trees, the kanji that are used to represent them, sose, which is talking about like the creation of the world, and is at least in certain contexts, you can use it as a reference to the book of Genesis, right? So sose combined with ju for tree. A different reading of the word, like a different kanji that when read can be read and used to mean tree, right? Or timber. So literally, right? Soseiju is literally, right, a Genesis tree. So that is a more literal translation, but it helps sort of sell it in that because it's also used to talk about, for example, the book of Genesis, right? It's not necessarily that it's like explicitly trying to do a Christian motif, because the God in legaia is not like that concept of God, really. I don't think. Not really. Kind of, sort of, but not really. But the point that I'm making is that the localization was chosen very carefully, because they could have really just called it like a creation tree or something, but they picked Genesis Tree for a very specific reason. And especially considering that Rasaru come from Genesis trees, right? They could have just called it a creation tree and it would have been accurate. But they said Genesis tree specifically to draw those parallels. Especially given that Rasaru are supposed to be, right, elevated or holy Saru. Kind of like angels, if you really want to get into that. I am the Hari of the future. I shall tell you the destination of the flow of time. Are you ready to hear about the future? Hit me! Unfortunately, the shadow of the mist also covers the future. Even with the divine powers of Rem, it is not possible to see into the future. I can tell you this only. Listen well. Sean, a horrible tragedy will shatter your hopes. Nina, your parents are still alive. They are in Conquerum, in Caristo Kingdom. Did you hear that? Sean, let's go to Caristo Kingdom. Let's go to Conquerum. Yes, if you go to Conquerum, Nina, you will see your parents. But beware, seeing them will disturb you greatly. And you, Genjiro, in Songi, you will find a nightmare awaiting. Remember, Songi is your shadow, your alter ego. Viewed as part of the flow of time, tragedy and salvation are two sides of the same coin. Like in Neon Genesis Evangelion, I've never seen this anime, but it seems to... Yeah. Evangelion is largely rooted in Gnosticism, if I remember correctly. It's heavily related to like Gnosticism, and there's slight overlap with certain concepts from the New Testament, but a lot of it is using a lot of like Gnostic imagery and symbology, I want to say, for the most part. I might be misremembering. You yourselves may pull the trigger and cause nightmares to happen, but as long as there is hope, the deep, swift flow of the river of time may fulfill your hopes. Fight with all your strength. The power of the Genesis trees is with you. Though, with Evangelion, a lot of it, from what I've read and what I've heard, a lot of the imagery in Evangelion was more for the stylistic part of it, as opposed to this game, which is deliberately drawing a couple of parallels. It's deliberately drawing a couple of parallels in a very more, no, we intended this thing on purpose kind of thing. This is the Rem of the future. Did you watch closely? Did you listen closely? Okay. I have told you all of Rem's words. I will now go back to sleep. John, Genjiro, don't forget, we have to go to Conquerum. Songi is my shadow. What on earth could that mean? I mean, or a little. It could be dipping a little bit into like Norse mythology on that front, but you know. I heard the good news. So you're going to save this town. The fire path of which Hari spoke is the tunnel to the northwest of the town. I told the guards there to let you pass. Well then, I must be going. So yeah, basically they're all like, you gotta go to the fire path and beat the monster, please. The others follow the mayor outside. They went to tell the townspeople. Okay, cool. Ari will save Octum from danger. Ari is awakened. Now Octum will be saved. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Earthquake! We have to find shelter! Yo! Dude! Bro! Bro! What are the babies supposed to do? And that's why we have a content warning. That's why we have the content warning that we do. Hari! The earth opened up and swallowed Hari. Sean, can you hear me, Sean? Nina, Genjiro, are you there? Wait, hold on. Sean, Nina, Genjiro, I knew that the earth would swallow us up. Everything that happens is predestined in the heart of Rem, god of time. But, heroes of the Rasaru, you must not forget the mission with which you have been entrusted. The Hari of the present ordered you to first head to the fire path. Destroy the henchmen of the mist who have brought calamity to Octum. That will open the door to a new future for you. The three faces of Rem are watching over you. We'll meet someday at an unexpected place. Fight with all your strength. The power of the Genesis trees is with you. Yeah, let me be very frank. Legend of Legaia, a lot of people have said that the story isn't very deep, necessarily. It's not like a very innovative story. It's not very right, it's very, it's not very, groundbreaking in any particular sense. But it doesn't need to be, because there is a certain earnestness to this game and how it presents itself, and how it is very much like, nah, man, we're gonna put you through some shit that makes it work. Don, is Hari... Is Hari dead? Hari could never die. You're right. Hari could never die. I don't mean to be cruel, but you must both face reality. No one, not even Hari, could live through that. Heard Hari's last words. He's dead. Don't say that! Genjiro, you're so mean. You have a cold heart. Before he died, Hari told us to save Octum, right? Nina, you can feel sad later. But now, we have to do what Hari instructed. It's the best way to respect his memory. Am I right, Sean? He's not wrong. Yeah, you're right. The fire path. That's where Hari said the mist henchmen are. Let's go to the fire path and get those mist henchmen. Let's knock their blocks off. Hey, you fucking jackass. When the earthquake came, I was too scared to move. I stood there and let Hari die. You knocked over that woman that was standing out over there. And if we hadn't been there, you would have knocked her over, and there's no telling if she would have been able to jump and get off. Fuck you. You're an asshole. Hari was swallowed up by the earth along with the palace of meditation. Yeah, now fuck that armor guy. Or fuck that armor person. Cause literally, right? Literally, they stood up and knocked that woman the fuck over. And she could have quite literally bit that shit in real time. If we weren't there, I think, to scoop her and make sure that she got over. This motherfucker actually literally knocked her the fuck over. Fuck him. Too bad about Hari. Your only hope now. Please go ahead. We have about 15 or so minutes left in stream. Or I'm gonna go to 9:30, honestly, and just round it out. But that jackass. bup, 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 bup. Again, they were babies. What were they expecting the Oracle babies to do other than what they already did? Just give advice. NPCs in JRPGs sometimes just they don't think about things at all, and they're really just like jackasses sometimes, and it hurts. High, low, high. Damn. Uh-oh. Ah. Night, night, motherfucker. Smoke weed every day. It's because he did 420 damage. Wisdom water. Excellent. Nina is 12 years old. Yes. At least if the wiki is not lying to me, assuming that the wiki is not lying to me, Nina is 12 years old. Vaughn is 14. And Gala is 18. So, yeah. So, Vaughn is 12. Sorry, Vaughn is 14. The main character is 14. Noah is 12. A.k.a. like Nina. Noah, a.k.a. Nina, is 12. And Gala, a.k.a. Genjo, is like 18. So, of the three of them, she's the youngest one. So, fun fact that I discovered, I was yelling about this in Discord the other day, but it becomes more obvious how much younger she is when you listen to her win quotes. in the Japanese version of Legend of Legaia, right? The characters, when they win, they have actual full win quotes in Japanese. Well, they're sound bites, right? We're not talking like tales of level monologues, but they do have actual dialogue that does a much better job of conveying their personalities. Shit! I really hate Rot. I really and truly do hate Rot. It is my least. It's a good. Again, it is an effective status effect. It is effective, right? And it's threatening in this game. But I also really hate it sometimes when it kicks in at literally the worst possible fucking time. I truly hate it. Gonna do around the world here. You're on yourself and that'll heal, and it doesn't. So the nice thing about a lot of the status effects in this game is that they are not. Status effects in this game do not persist out of battle. To my knowledge, anyway. Like even poison doesn't, if I remember right. But yeah, like the actual, like when you hear the actual win quotes of the characters, you get a better, and if you know Japanese, and if you know enough Japanese to actually understand what they're saying, yeah, like the voice actor still manages it because, yeah, they're good, right? But especially with like a lot of the win quotes, like, and I know that like judging age off of voice is sometimes like a very tricky thing, but both to Kettle's point and to the actual strength of the sort of bring up the actual strength of the actual sort of bring up the actual strength of the voice act of like the Seiyu in the original in particular to kind of like help bring this out. It having the full quotes even better sells, right? Her age really well. The other is not so easily. His real name is Gala. Gala. I can't do that. Gotta get rid of these fuck-ass mushrooms. Spread. There we go. Fuck off. Get out of my face. Fuck you. Mushrooms. The rot is why I'm just like, nah. I can't fucking hang. I gotta get rid of you motherfuckers. Get gone. Go. Just go. So yeah, you can also, if you're like, I need AP, but I also can't afford to just spear it up all the time and want to actually do damage, you can just like spam a bunch of the same limb and you'll get AP for damaging the enemy that way. It works. Sean, look at the stone pillar. It's moving. Correct me if I am wrong, but do the characters have their own element? Yes. Bad, Sean. That pillar is holding up the Tower of Octum. No, I don't want to see anything sad happen anymore. Ina's right. Let's hurry down there. If we hurry, it might not be too late. But yes, each character has a specific elemental affinity that, separate from even their int stat, determines sort of what they cast best with. Until you get. So yeah, like Sean, default name, like the main character, does best with fire. Usually, Noah does best with wind, and Gala Genjiro does best with thunder. I think some of the characters also have a secondary affinity, again, assuming that the wiki isn't lying to me. But 69 AP, cool. On the bar, man. Dumped. Important thing is that we killed all these fucking mushroom assholes before they killed all these mushroom assholes before they rotted any of us, which is the important part. Yeah, so we're not gonna make it down to the boss unless I would like to push to 10 o'clock maybe. I don't want to do that. So get as far as we can, and I'll throw down a safe state. Magic leaf, pretty cool. Well, at least she didn't get poisoned. Damn, still got him. Yasha! Nice. I gotta put more AP boosters. I gotta put more AP boosters on Nina because she's the one that's most likely to burn through most of it. So she needs them. And this is, I guess, what the thing that J-Rock was saying earlier before he left about, like, yeah, you need to make sure that whatever your optimal strategy is, you want to try to, especially if you're trying to, like, the end game, if you have specific, strategies that you prefer insofar as if you have specific strategies that you prefer insofar as like how you want to go about your fights and things like that, you got to optimize your you have to sort of optimize your builds and stuff towards that. Like in my case, if I'm really gonna be beating the unholy fuck out of people with arts, I gotta find ways to increase my my AP game for all my characters. That's the thing I'm gonna be doing. They need to be able to have more AP on deck faster. And Genjo got a level up, which means he finally can use natural force. He can finally use natural 4 arts now. He finally has 4 fucking art blocks. Thank fuck. And I even got a new weapon for him too. Look at that. Sean now has the Genjiro mace. Look at my boy. Up. Best. So probably by the time we hit the next map, I think it'll be 9:30 and we can stop. So normally I only go to stream till 9. I just went a little longer because it's like I was spending a lot of time talking. So to kind of like make up the ground a little bit. Oh no, I didn't eat dinner yet. Oh, Orb's magic level increased. Alright, nice. Just blew my... Huh? What'd I do? Fuck that. Better this one. Hopefully this is enough to get rid of this jackass, because I didn't know the names would change. Oh, yeah. Shit! God damn it! Fuck! Yeah, the named weapons? Yeah. They do. So, like, the Noah Farrell in this game is named the Nina Farrell because it matches her name. Yeah. Wait, he still doesn't have enough... Wow. He still doesn't have enough agility. Still doesn't have enough agility for natural fours. I can't believe this shit. He still does not have an ability. He still can't do it. Such a small detail, but I love it so much. This game has heart, right? The plot, people are like, there will be people who are like, the plot is like really nothing special. It's kind of like generic and all this other stuff. It's like, yeah, but there's certain details to how this game works that definitely help it compensate. Oh wow, damn, there was another save point here. All right, this is perfect actually. Literally 9:30. We're just about. We can get the fuck up out of here. All right, y'all. We, not you. We. Captions, please. Oh my god. I would never say that to my community. Are you serious? We can get the fuck up out of here. Not just them. Seriously? What? Oh, by the way, fun fact. This guide that I'm reading recommends that for the next boss that I should fight, I should be at level 19. The next boss that I'm supposed to be at level 19, I'm at level 15, 15, and 14. Watch me still beat this shit anyway. Well, damn, we're not gonna find out until a month from now. I just realized that. Because the next time we play Legend of Legaia is gonna be after Black History Month. Shit, I forgot about that. Well, that's a hell of a cliffhanger. It's funny because Legend of Legaia was actually my charity stream thing for Black History Month last year. So last year, right, for Black History Month, I started Legend of Legaia and was doing charity fundraising while playing it, and then I had to stop because it broke. Or because the emulator shat out on us. Now that it's working, I'm stopping before Black History Month when it was... Jesus wept. Well, we'll find out if I'm. Yeah. Now we'll find out. We'll find out next month in March if I'm too underleveled or not to actually do it. Find out. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming by the stream. I appreciate it. I had a great time. I'm happy to hear that, like Kettle saying, I learned a lot. Yeah. Like I said, I do not fluently speak Japanese, but I have absorbed enough through looking up shit that I know a couple of things. I will always be the first to admit that you should take everything I say, especially about Japanese, with like a grain of salt, because I'm not a native speaker. So there are things that I've learned through either absurd amounts of anime or looking things up that are not necessarily guaranteed to be correct. But you know, how it goes. So thank y'all so much for coming by the stream. I deeply appreciate it. Deeply appreciate it all. The thing that we are going to do now is, well, let me throw down some links and then we're getting up out of here. So, this and then this. Medium. I write game design articles and stuff over there. You want to probably go read those if you like that. Fighting game stuff. A piece about approachability versus accessibility. If I can think of something cool to sort of throw in, might be that. I'll think of something for this year and try to throw something up there at some point. That'd be nice. VODs. All my VODs basically get transferred over to YouTube right after we finish streaming, as quickly as the auto service does it. So by all means, please go check those out. If you like Legend of Legaia stuff, you'll get a chance to catch up on everything we've done, because it'll all be there. Ko-Fi. If you want to support the stream but don't want to give money to Jeff Bezos, Ko-Fi is really good for that. Whether it's a one-time or a recurring, go do it over there. My throne has goofy gifts like Common Rider accessories and things and stuff that you can use for making me do funny henshin poses and things like that. Or if your mind is a little bit more on the practical, you can use it for getting me like desk supplies or a secondary camera for when we like build fun stuff like Gundams and things. Make it easy to see what I'm building. And then my card has all my other links. And then Discord, if Discord is a thing that you like doing, if that is a thing you're cool with, you can go hang out in the Discord. And I'll be there talking when stream isn't on and things like that. Fun. Okay. Let's see. Can we go see? I'm trying to figure out who we haven't seen in a while. We haven't seen in a while. Who might be doing something that's interesting that we might like. Who have we not been to for a while? When did we? Sahara was at least a couple. Sahara has been this. Trying to make sure that I keep our options open and make. You know what? Let's go hang out with MD14. Yeah, night everybody. All right, so let's go hang out with MD14. Does a variety of different things, but currently he is playing some Fire Emblem Engage. So yeah, we're gonna go hang out with him. I'm probably gonna do a raid and run, or at least a raid and lurk, because I gotta like sit my phone and go do something. But hit him with an SH as raids when you get in. Let him know who sent you. I will be seeing y'all with the start of our Black History Month charity fundraising stuff this Friday. We're gonna be playing fighting games then, but on Sunday we'll be doing Validate. So come by for either of those or both of those, however you feel. Until I see y'all next time. Stay safe. Wash your hands. Wear a mask. Don't go out if you don't have to. Be excellent to each other, but not to racist, terrorist, biggest, sexist. Elon Musk stands. J.K. Rowling stands. Those people, yeah. icky. They don't deserve it. So, until next time I see y'all. Bye bye.